See 2724. See 2724, directly cooperating with Xueqing, was naturally not bad. But Chen Xiang felt that he had to ask Shui Yunxiong about some things. Your grandfather is really amazing. It's only been 2 days. How did he manage to get a myriad Tao divine steel back? Qin Xiang said, Can we go take a look at the myriad Tao's divine steel? Of course you can. He said that as long as you are a brother of the Heavenly Cloud Villa, you are free to use Tao Crystal S to refine law beads. Xueqing laughed. When the time comes, we can also sell the law beads and earn a bit of difference in prices. This was precisely the benefit of having the myriad Tao divine steel. However, Chen Xiang understood that the 7 great villas before only allowed the higher-ups to use the myriad Tao's divine steel. However, Shui Yunxiong was very generous to everyone, so the 7 great villas could not compare to him at all. The cheaper fire rule beads required 10,000 to be able to be bought, but if he was the one using the heavenly Tao, he could use 7 or 8,000 Tao crystal. This meant that the people in the Cloud Sky Villa could use the myriad Tao divine steel to earn a little bit of Tao crystal. In order to become a tens of millions or hundreds of millions of law beads, one would need to have a lot of Tao crystal to sell, so ordinary people would not easily do it. Grandfather has a secret technique that can extract the soul of the divine tablet from the myriad Tao's divine steel, and then use it to construct the myriad Tao's divine steel. The myriad Tao's divine steel is currently located in the middle of this Cloud Sky Villa. Xueqing said, I'll bring you to see it now. What about your grandfather? Qin Xiang wanted to meet Shui Yunxiong. He went to the Southern Bird Villa and the Qilin Villa, and is helping them build the myriad Tao divine steel. At that time, he will also help me propose to the little vermilion bird of the Southern Sparrow Manor. Hee. Xueqing was smiling extremely happily. To be able to recognize his grandfather, to have such a strong and powerful grandfather love him so dearly, made him, who had lost both his parents for so many years, feel very happy. Qin Xiang had already seen the myriad Tao divine steel. He saw that a lot of people were queuing up, using Tao Crystal S to exchange for Law Beads S. The myriad Tao divine steel was very small. It looked like a very ordinary stone tablet. To condense a Law Beads, all one needed to do was to place it in a very large storage SPAC inside the myriad Tao's divine steel. The myriad Tao's divine steel would very quickly condense a Law Beads and place it at the top of the stone tablet. Grandfather said that in order to attract more people to the Cloud Heaven City, he would sell cheaper Law Beads S. For example, Fire Rule Beads S would sell for 10,000 in the Myriad Tao City, but here they are selling for 8,000. Xueqing said, The myriad Tao divine steel that grandfather condensed is more stable. Seems like it is stronger than the myriad Tao City. We only need 7,000 Tao crystal to condense it into a Fire Rule Beads, and it is very stable. Sometimes myriad Tao City's myriad Tao divine steel requires 7,000. Sometimes it needs 7,500. Sometimes it needs 8,000. It's very unstable. Qin Xiang stood at the side and watched curiously, saying, Since Head Shui has extracted the soul of the divine steel, it will definitely affect the quality of the divine steel. It's possible, but isn't that a good thing? Xueqing laughed. This was indeed a good thing. If the quality were to fall, then Cloud Heaven City would be able to develop. After a while, Cloud Heaven City would replace Myriad Tao City. Furthermore, Shui Yunxiong needed to have enough strength to withstand the blows from the other forces. Chen Xiang, do you want to get some Law Beads as well? Shui Yunxiong said, It's very simple. As long as you put the Tao crystal in, and then place your hand on top of the divine steel, you will be able to feel the various rules inside. You can just choose the Law Beads that you need to condense. Not now. Chen Xiang shook his head. Of course he wanted to try, but he was worried that it would be too scary because what he needed to do were all very expensive types and would be at the 100 million level. Chun Xiang observed that the majority of the people here were just going to condense very cheap law beads, and the most expensive one was only at level 100,000. After all, these people were not that rich, but since they could sell the law beads, they would definitely get rich slowly in the future. It was just a matter of time. I need to return to Myriad Tao City. Qin Xiang said to Xue Qing. All right, be careful. Xue Qing nodded. When my grandfather returns, I will tell him that you have something to discuss with him. Xue Qing could tell that Qin Xiang was anxious to see his grandfather. Qin Xiang left the Cloud Heaven City and then quietly went to Myriad Tao City shop. Why did it close? Qin Xiang looked at the sky. It was only the evening now. In the past, there were no shops in Grandma Jiang. Qin Xiang continued to knock on the door, but no one replied him. Just as he was about to forcefully retreat, he suddenly felt Feng Ruxiue moving towards him. Because he had encountered Feng Ruxiue when he used the flight rule beads that Feng Ruxiue had condensed to cultivate his flight path. Feng Ruxiue knew that he was Russ. Plussing over to look for Grandma Jiang as fast as he could, and at the same time was telling Qin Xiang that he had something to talk to him about. Qin Xiang had already changed his appearance. He felt that he would not be recognized, so he sat at the entrance of the shop and waited. Not long later, he saw a carriage approaching, and Feng Ruxiue was inside. Beauty told me to tell you that the two sisters followed Grandma Jiang and left Myriad Tao City. She said that the Grandma Jiang was going to bring them to a place. I don't know the specifics. Feng Ruxiue whispered to Qin Xiang. Did she say anything else? Asked again. Grandma Jiang was already very mysterious, and now that he had left in such a mysterious manner, he was not surprised. The sisters are very grateful to you. They hope to meet you again in the future. Feng Ruxiue sighed lightly. Of course, she knew how much Qin Xiang had helped the Mei Jing sisters. It's a pity I couldn't say goodbye to them. I hope we meet again in the future. Qin Xiang stood up and sighed. Just as he was about to leave, Feng Ruxiue sent him a sound transmission again. The change in the current situation is too great, and it has already exceeded everyone's expectations. I feel that the old ancestor of the Eastern Dragon Mountain Villa is no longer a threat to you. I am clear about this. I might not be able to walk around the Myriad Tao City anymore. Qin Xiang said, Are we going to the Cloud Heaven City? Feng Ruxiue also knew about the news from the Cloud Heaven City, and she had also advised Qin Xiang to look for Shui Yunxiong. Yes. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he quickly left. Feng Ruxiue sighed quietly in the carriage. She could only blame herself for being powerless back then, and at the same time blamed their seniors in the Phoenix Mountain Villa for being short-sighted, because she understood Qin Xiang's potential, especially his method of refining law beads. If she could withstand the pressure from everyone and work together with Qin Xiang to sell those refined law beads, she would be able to obtain even more Dao crystal. She had promised Qin Xiang that she would not tell anyone else about this, so she did not inform the higher-ups in Phoenix Mountain Villa. Qin Xiang came here to find the Mei Jing sisters, but now that they had followed him away, he didn't know where they were going, which made him a little disappointed. When he returned to the Cloud Heaven City, Qin Xiang saw that there were already many people there, all lining up to pay the rent to Brother W. A.D. The shops here were only for rent and not for sale. This allowed him to obtain Dao crystal endlessly. After all, the Cloud Heaven City still needed a long time to grow. C. 2725. C. 2725. After Qin Xiang returned to the Cloud Sky Villa, he found that there were less people here, mainly because the old subordinates of Shui Yunxiong were not there. Those people were all stronger, and if they stayed here, many people would feel safer. But now that they were gone, Qin Xiang was a little worried. But luckily, he saw that Brother W. A.N.G. was still here. Brother W. A.N.G. was the strongest person under Shui Yunxiong and was also the manager here. Elder W. A.N.G., where are all these people? Shue-Ching is not here either. Qin walked over and asked, "You don't know?" Jigu pointed at the sky in the distance and said, "Can you see anything?" Qin looked in that direction, saw nothing, and then used his Dao Heart Eye to look. After using the Dao Heart Eye, Qin could see a golden line. He didn't know if this line came from underground or descended from the sky, connecting the heaven and earth. Over there. It seems like there is something connecting heaven and earth. Qin said, "I knew you could see it." Brother W.A.N.G. laughed. "That's the Dragon Beast Forest over there. In the depths of the Dragon Beast Forest, there is a myriad Tao lake. This lake has been frozen all year round for many years, and as to why it has been frozen for so long, no one knows. Just now, the lake suddenly burst open. The strange ice layer above this myriad Tao lake is extremely difficult to break. Back then, both we and the head Shui had tried many times but failed to break through." Qin looked at the golden silk thread and asked, "Did the power come out of the myriad Tao lake? You can't see it with your eyes." "Yes, we can only see it through special means. Head Shui has already brought people over. Shue-Ching is also going to join in the fun." W.A.N.G. laughed. "Over there is the Dragon Beast Forest. There are so many of them, it will be very dangerous." Qin had traversed the forest of Dragon Beast before, so he was well aware of how terrifying the forest was, not to mention that there was such a huge commotion happening at the myriad Tao lake. With head Shui here, nothing will happen. Although the Dragon Beast in the Dragon Beast Forest are strong, if they meet any human experts, they will give way. Right now, the experts from the other villas might rush over too. Since the myriad Tao's lake is the same as the myriad Tao mausoleums, it has always been a mystery. Not only have we tried to break through the layer of ice on the myriad Tao's lake, the experts from the other villas have also tried. Right now, Qin was also very curious and wanted to take a look. Elder W.A.N.G. How long have they been gone for? Qin asked. It's been a while. Do you want to go as well? As Brother W.A.N.G. spoke, he took out a cape and gave it to Qin, saying, "This is a flying divine robe refined using the flight laws." Qin took it and nodded. As long as they could fly, it would be very safe in the Dragon Beast Forest. No matter how strong the Dragon Beast was, they could not cultivate or fly without any Tao crystal that could condense and train themselves through the myriad Tao divine steel. Qin thanked Big Brother W.A.N.G. and rushed towards the myriad Tao lake. Qin didn't even need the cape to fly. He could just use the counter power to make himself invisible and then fly in the air. While flying, he could use his mind's eye to see that the golden light was getting thicker and thicker. What exactly is this power? It looks like it is just an aura, but it is unusually strong. What exactly is hidden under the myriad Tao lake? Qin flew quickly, carrying many questions. During the flight, he could see that there were many people frantically plus-ing towards the myriad Tao lake below the Dragon Beast Forest. Rumors were definitely going around inside the myriad Tao city, saying that there were treasures under the myriad Tao lake. Aren't these guys worried about the danger inside? Qin was more afraid of the strong dragon beast inside the dragon beast. For example, those heavenly spirit dragon beast were all in human form, as strong as the 3 profound pract. 1 Tioniers. Qin was able to fly in the air and also had a fast speed, so he was much faster than many people who entered this place earlier. Even so, it took him half a day to reach the vicinity of the myriad Tao lake. He could already see the lake. Looking down from the sky, the myriad Tao lake was a huge octagonal lake. It was tens of thousands of meters wide and extremely vast. The lake was covered in white frost, with only a small opening in the middle. There were many spectators by the lake who didn't dare to go forward. What's going on with this lake? It's obvious that this shape was deliberately made to look like this. Could it be that someone built it? Chun Xiang looked at the myriad Tao lake in the sky while looking for Xue Qing and the others. Boo! Oh. Suddenly, A-M-U-F fled sound rang out from the lake as a crack appeared on the surface of the lake's ice. Hurry and retreat! An old man suddenly shouted, There's danger! From high up in the sky, Chun Xiang could see the black aura being emitted by the cracks. This is a seal. Something that's been sealed below is about to come out. When Chun Xiang saw the black smoke, he had a bad premonition. Chun Xiang was also slowly retreating at this moment. From within the crevices in the frozen lake, a dense black aura continuously emitted out. But strangely, there was a wave of very pure qi coming out from the center of the lake. After a while, a black object appeared in the middle of the room. This thing. It seems to be the top of a tower. Chun Xiang felt that he could often see this thing. As expected, not long after the peak of the pag. It once again appeared at the top of the pag. There was actually a gigantic tower at the bottom of the Myriad Tao Lake. The lake was originally octagonal in shape and extremely wide. Although this circular tower was only in the middle, it was at least 100,000 feet wide. Soon after, the black tower gradually floated upwards, layer after layer appearing. In just a short period of time, the entire tower was revealed, and there were actually 1,000 floors. So high! Chun Xiang was currently at a height parallel to the top of the tower. When he looked at the golden bead at the top of the tower, the pure power was emitted from the bead. The ice on the Myriad Tao Lake had also completely melted, and there was a clear lake water. However, in the middle of the lake, there was a black tower that emitted bursts of black aura. Although the pag, had 1,000 floors, they were all sealed. There was no way to find the entrance to the pag. Chun Xiang had already seen many people swimming towards the black tower. The door at the bottom level was wide open. These guys have guts. Chun Xiang was impressed. This strange tower was clearly dangerous, but they still dared to go in. When Chun Xiang came down, he suddenly sensed that Feng Rushue was approaching. Feng Rushue had also come, and he was flying over. Rushue, I'm just around here. Don't tell anyone else. Chun Xiang hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Feng Rushue. If it was a normal situation, if Chun Xiang did not have the intention to sense it, he would not know where Feng Rushue was. See 2726. See 2726 when Feng Rushue came over. She had already felt Chun Xiang here, so she quickly replied, I know what happened here just now. I just came over with my elders. Chun Xiang told Feng Rushue about the strange tower and warned him repeatedly not to go in. I've heard of this tower. She was currently by the lakeside, and Chun Xiang had already seen her. Who was she with? Tell me about it. Chun Xiang looked down and also found Xue Qing, and the others. They were currently by the lake. This tower is called the Myriad Tao Divine Pag. But it shouldn't be here. It should be inside the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, and it shouldn't be black either. Feng Rushue said, Many of the people who have entered the Myriad Tao Mausoleum know about this tower, and the majority of the treasures are obtained from inside. This tower has been sealed for many years, and it only appeared now. But we can be sure that this tower is related to the one in Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Chun Xiang said, Many people wanted to know why this tower was sealed here. We're going in. What about you? Feng Rushue asked, Do you really want to go in? There might be danger in there. Chun Xiang couldn't use his spatial power now, so he didn't plan to enter this kind of dangerous place. The elders said that nothing had happened, but the people from his villa have already entered. Feng Rushue said, Chun Xiang had also seen it earlier. There were a few groups of people plussing in, their speed was extremely fast. I'll go in later as well. I want to observe, so you have to be careful. Chun Xiang warned. All right. Shui Yunxiong then brought the people around him inside. Not long later, many powers who were spectating entered the super tower. Chun Xiang slowly descended. At this moment, he was still using counter-power stealth, which at least ensured that he wouldn't be discovered. If he was discovered, he would run over to Xueqing's side. The door to the tower was a huge, dark curtain, so it was not possible to see what was inside directly. After Feng Ruxue entered, he suddenly lost contact with the person inside, which surprised him, as the situation that usually happened usually meant that Feng Ruxue went to another SPC. What exactly is inside such a big tower? Could it be used to house people? Chun Xiangpa said through the black curtain of light and entered the giant tower. Although it was not bright inside, it was not completely dark. It was just that it was dark inside, and one could see things and the people in front of it. After entering, Qin Xiang did not expect that inside this place there was a wasteland that was filled with huge rocks. The rocks were scattered randomly on the ground, and the stones were all very STU. Our Dysprosium Qin Xiang saw an old man striking the stone, but the stone was not broken into pieces and had even absorbed the old man's energy. This place is really strange. Chun Xiang saw a few people who wanted to take out something to illuminate the place, but none of them were successful. There was a force within that could devour the strong light, allowing the place to maintain its darkness. Chun Xiang carefully followed behind that group of people. Those people were all powerful warriors, and as long as they were close, there was no need to worry too much. Roar! A beast's roar suddenly came out, causing Chen Xiang to curse in his heart. This was the roar of a dragon beast. He had stayed in the forest of dragon beast for a long time and was very familiar with this sound. A large group of dragon beast rushed in. It's the dragon beast. Everyone be careful. A middle-aged man shouted. Chun Xiang immediately floated. Although it was a floor, it was still very tall, and there was a space for him to float. It was not as short as it seemed. Being able to use the flight rule here made Chun Xiang feel a lot more at ease. From above, he could see that a lot of dragon beasts had rushed in, over 20 to 30,000 of them. But these dragon beasts were only roaring and did not immediately attack the human. You guys wait, don't recklessly attack us. We don't have the mood to fight you right now. A man riding a mighty dragon lion shouted to the group of people that were preparing to charge over. When this man was in the same group as the dragon beast, he was obviously a heavenly spirit dragon beast in human form. Then what do you want to do? An old man walked up and asked. The clothes on the old man's body had a picture of a Qilin embroidered on it. It was from the Qilin villa. I would like to ask what you guys are doing. The Dragon Beast Forest is our territory, so this tower can be considered our jurisdiction. You trace Ba south said into this place, and actually have the nerve to ask us why. Over the years, you fellows have killed so many of our dragon beast. Every time we enter the Dragon Beast Forest, have we asked you what you want to do? The man's voice was filled with anger. Humph, since you brought so many dragon beasts in, of course we have to get to the bottom of this. The old man said, I made it quite clear that this tower belongs to us. From now on, we will use this place as our territory. It's best for you to leave this place as soon as possible. The man said, I'll give you guys time. When this tower existed, the trees in your dragon beast forest didn't even sprout. What makes you think it's yours? Another old man from the manor said, To tell you the truth, the reason why we dragon beast appeared was greatly related to this tower. You will know about it in the future, so you must be very curious about the appearance of us dragon beast. The dragon beast man said, It's not that I'm trying to scare you guys. If you stay here for too long, you might end up like us, turning into dragon beastess. Everyone was secretly shocked, but they did not completely believe the dragon beast man's words. Let me tell you, there is nothing good on the first level. All the good things are on it. The lowest 10 floors are all places where we, the dragon beast, were raised. If any of you are strong enough, you can blast apart those large rocks and take a look at what's inside. The dragon beast man said again. Although the stones did not look regular, they were scattered all over the ground. Hearing the dragon beast man's words, they felt like they were scattered eggs. There were actually so many dragon beast eggs inside, and they were so huge. Each of them were as big as a small mountain. If there really were dragon beast inside, then they would be much bigger than the many dragon beast eggs in the dragon beast forest. Shui Yunxiong suddenly bellowed and threw a punch at a boulder nearby. Just as he punched out, the shock wave caused the people around him to retreat more than 10 steps, and the people far away to have difficulty standing firm. This power shocked everyone. This was the power of one of the 3 heroes of Myriad Tao. It was so terrifying that even the dragon beast man was drenched in sweat from the power. See 27:27. See 27:27. Shui Yunxiong's punch blasted apart that rock. Originally, everyone thought that he would be able to shatter a real rock with his immense power, but this rock did not completely shatter. It was just that the outside layer had shattered, and there was actually a gigantic, transparent crystal inside. Inside the giant crystal, there was the corpse of a dragon beast soaked in blood. This was a dragon and tiger. This dragon and tiger weren't small either. They were the size of a cow, but this dragon and tiger were only cubs. However, the baby was already so big. If it fully matured, wouldn't it become extremely huge? Sure enough. Shui Yunxiong's expression became serious. I just said it already. I didn't lie to you, all right. This is where we dragon beast were born. The first 1 to 10 floors were filled with this kind of stuff. Of course, I don't know much about the details either. The dragon beast man said, "Is the dragon beast inside alive or dead?" Shui Yunxiong asked, "It's alive, but it hasn't hatched yet. There was 1,000 floors here, and the bottom 10 floors had the weakest dragon beast, but on the 10th floor and above, all the way to the 1,000 floors, every 10 floors are of one type of dragon beast, and the highest level is the strongest, but the number is also the lowest." Didn't you just say that there are only 10 floors? And now you're saying that every 1,000 levels is the same? In the blink of an eye, Shui Yunxiong had already arrived in front of the dragon beast man, scaring the man so much that his body H-I plus Vered. A. Book, read, fiction 3W. Ibdu, I can only confirm that the bottom 10 levels are where dragon beastess that have yet to hatch, and I'm not sure if the ones up there are already SHEL let out. In short, those that hatch from below can all climb levels, go through layers after layers of experience, and finally reach the top. The dragon beast man said timidly, there were more than 1,000 levels, and each level was equal to 100 levels. How strong would one need to be to reach the highest levels? Every floor here is a different environment. Moreover, it is very vast. It is as vast as our dragon beast forest. Every floor has a perfect ecological environment. If you're not afraid of death, you can go to the top to take a look. The dragon beast man said, most of us dragon beast are bred by those who came from the top. There was actually a dragon beast that could come out from the top floor. It must be very strong. Everyone present was very worried. If they were to meet it, they didn't know if they could beat it. Don't worry, most of the dragon beasts that came out from the top floor died in Myriad Tao Mausoleum. The dragon beast man sighed. As long as it is a dragon beast that is born from here, it would require many levels of experience before it can leave. The dragon beast that is born from here have no way to return. We do not care about it. Even if we meet with danger up above, we can immediately retreat. Chun Xiang finally understood that all the dragon beasts that were born in this tower would have to go through training before they could come out. The outsiders, on the other hand, did not need it. The dragon beast knew a lot of things. It must have come from his inherited memories. Then what is the name of this tower? Why did it suddenly open and floated from the Myriad Tao Lake? Shui Yunxiong asked again. He was very curious. He had been to the Myriad Tao Mausoleum before, and there was a similar tower there, but it was very different from this one. As long as you reach the top, you will be free. Moreover, you can soar through the heaven and earth with great power. If we dragon beast want to become strong, we need to go through this tower to gain experience. Our goal here is to gain experience and at the same time hatch the dragon beast here. The man from the dragon beast said, "Don't cause trouble here, although my strength is not as good as yours. They're old dragon beastess from the flying dragon pag. Oh, in our forest." Now, everyone firmly believed the dragon beast man's words. The dragon beast had existed for so many years, this flying dragon pag. Oda was even older. It was not impossible to have a strong dragon beast. "Grandfather, do you want to go up now?" Shui Qing asked. "No, let's go back." Shui Yunxiong didn't think much of it and brought his men to the entrance of the flying dragon pag. Oda, even someone as powerful as Shui Yunxiong did not plan to go up. It could be seen that he had some concerns, but the other rankers had all decided not to go up the tower for the time being. Very quickly, the experts from the various powers brought the juniors out of the flying dragon pag. Oda. After phone, Rushua followed her senior out. She turned and looked at flying dragon pag. Because Chen Xiang was still inside. She could sense that Chen Xiang was in the tower. She thought that Chen Xiang would come out, but after she came out, she had lost that feeling with Chen Xiang. This meant that Chen Xiang was still in flying dragon pag. Oda. Now, Chen Xiang really wanted to go up and take a look. He had a nagging feeling that the dragon beast man was hiding something, and that there were quite a few people who had rushed in just now, before disappearing without a trace. Chen Xiang sat on top of a huge dragon beast egg, and then sent a sound transmission to the dragon beast man. "Hey, were you deceiving them just now?" "Who are you?" The dragon beast man was shocked. He looked around, but did not see anything and could not sense anything. "I am a human, but I have no ill intentions. I am just curious. I think you must be hiding something." Qin Xiang said, "What I just said is the truth. As for the things I'm hiding, that's our secret. There's no need to tell you." The dragon beast man was extremely vigilant. He was worried that he would be ambushed. "Then can you tell me?" "My mouth is very tight and I won't say a word." Qin Xiang laughed. "You humans can't be trusted the most. You're already sneaking around. What right do you have to make us believe you?" The dragon beast man said, "Okay, I'll show myself, but don't hit me. I can't beat you." After careful consideration, Qin Xiang revealed his real body. "What's your name?" Qin Xiang asked. He actually wanted to come into contact with these dragon beasts. After all, Dragon Beast and Myriad Tao Mausoleum were both very mysterious existences. Longhua Lion, what law did you use just now? I have never heard of such a law that allows people to be invisible and also allows one to not be exposed at all. The Longhua Lion was filled with curiosity towards Chen Xiang's ability. This can't be considered a rule. However, I think that it can become a law, and that it seems to require some sort of activation through the myriad Tao divine steel. For example, the spirit transformation law is just like the previous some kind of law refining. Qin Xiang laughed. "I don't know much about that either. It's all nonsense." When he walked into Chen Xiang seemed to be extremely vigilant because his strength was far inferior to the Longhua Lion. After all, the opponent was a heavenly spirit dragon beast, which was the strength of 3 profound realm. "It seems like you're quite weak." The Longhua Lion couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, even if I wanted to attack you, I wouldn't waste my breath on you. I'm just rather curious about you. My name is Qin Xiang. Even though you and I aren't of the same species, we don't have any conflicts." "Oh right, I have killed dragon beast before," Qin Xiang said. "I have killed dragon beast and humans before." "You are a human. You must have killed humans before. What's wrong with that?" The Longhua Lion laughed. "The dragon beast world is also a world where the strong preys on the weak." See 27:28. See 27:28. The law of the jungle in the dragon beast world was much simpler and more brutal than the human world. In order to survive and become stronger, the dragon beast had to directly kill and devour the other party. That's true. Since you can transform into a human, you must have experienced the most. Chunxiang said, Of course, becoming a heavenly spirit dragon beast is not that easy. The Longhua lion sighed as she recalled her many years of experience. Chunxiang looked at the stairs and said, Previously many humans entered, but most of them went to the floors above. Are there really good things there? Every floor of this 1,000-floor high tower was a very large place. Moreover, it had existed for many years, so the environment inside was no different from the outside. There was still extremely rich Dao Qi being absorbed. Yes, but they are all in the upper echelons. If you want them, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult. You have to go to at least the 100th floor in order to be able to see a relatively good world. The Longhua lion said, Generally speaking, with a human being at the 10th level of the heaven realm, going to the 100 floors shouldn't be too difficult. Only with bad luck would he die on the way. Chunxiang did not come for the treasures. He just wanted to know what was hidden inside. Brother Long, you must know some of the secrets of Flying Dragon Pag. Oda, it can't be a coincidence that Flying Dragon Pag, suddenly appeared here, right? Previously, the dragon beast of the Dragon Beast Forest attacked the Myriad Tao City on a large scale. Chunxiang said. The Longhua lion lowered its head as if it was thinking about something. After a while it said, I can tell you. Of course, you'd better not speak carelessly about things like this, because the fewer people who know about it, the better it is for you. Tell me about it. Chunxiang said, The Flying Dragon Pag. It has 10 unique myriad Tao divine steel. Every 100 floors has one, and each one is stronger than the last, especially the one at the top. I do not know the specifics, but I know it from my inherited memories. The Longhua lion said. This aroused Chunxiang's curiosity. His current goal was to cultivate even more powerful Rule Dao line, and he would need to rely on the myriad Tao divine steel to do so. This Flying Dragon Pag, actually had 10 special myriad Tao divine monuments. If it was really like that, then the power of the laws within these divine monuments must be very rare and special. Then, can you guess what's so special about the myriad Tao's divine steel? Chunxiang was very curious about this. If he was sure now, he would go back to stock up the Dao crystal and prepare to go up to take a look. There must be a way to use the power of the spirit transformation. According to what I know, a lot of dragon beasts that came out of the Flying Dragon Pag, turned into human forms when they were at the 100th floor. At that time, there were a lot of dragon beasts whose cultivation was very low and they were far from being able to reach the 3 profound realm. The Longhua lion thought for a bit and said, What else? The spirit transformation law was of no use to Chunxiang. Then I don't know. In short, the power of law that exists within the myriad Tao's divine steel exists even in this Flying Dragon Pag. Oda, the Longhua lion said, Right, the myriad Tao's divine steel does not need Dao crystal to be able to condense and produce law beads. This should be the biggest characteristic of it. Although we do not need Dao crystal when we condense law beads, we definitely need some other things. However, these things will definitely be easier to obtain than Dao crystal because many dragon beasts can cultivate out rare laws from the Flying Dragon Pag. Da's divine steel. They could condense law beads, even without using Dao crystal. That was actually not bad, just that Chunxiang did not know what kind of ancient code could be found here. So you're going in here now. Chunxiang felt that they could become friends with the Longhua lion. Yes, we are preparing to head to the 10th floor and guard the stairs leading to the 11th floor. From the 11th floor onwards, the dragon beasts are all stronger. The Longhua lion said. Then the next time I come, I'll directly go to the 10th floor to find you. I'll bring some wine next time. Chunxiang snickered. Any time. The Longhua lion cupped his hands towards Chunxiang. Farewell. Chunxiang left the Flying Dragon Pag. Oda, the Longhua lion, watched Chunxiang leave and muttered to himself, This Jinxiang is indeed an extraordinary person. He is a mysterious and powerful alchemist within the myriad Tao City, and there are no experts protecting him from behind, causing him to hide in all directions. He was recently targeted by the Eastern Dragon Mountain Villas W.A. and Jilong, and the Eastern Dragon Mountain Villa's ancestor actually wants to enslave him. This Longhua lion actually knew about Jinxiang's situation. It could be seen that he had been hiding in the human world for a long time, and knew a lot about the human world. This person is an interesting person. I hope he can live a little longer. When the rankers from the Myriad Tao Mausoleum returned, none of them were good stuff. The Longhua lion sighed. When Jinxiang was about to fly out of the door, he used the counterpower to make himself invisible, and it looked like he would fly out. So he heard the Longhua lion's words. None of the treasures that came from the Myriad Tao Mausoleum are good? Could it be that Shui Yunxiong is the same? Jinxiang didn't dare believe it, because he himself had come into contact with Shui Yunxiong before. You need to be more careful. Jinxiang had only seen Shui Yunxiong from afar, but he had never spoken to him before. What if Shui Yunxiong is with the other experts from the Myriad Tao Mausoleum? Jinxiang could not help but worry. He did not know why, but he believed more in the Longhua lion. On the way back to the Cloud Sky Villa, Jinxiang had been thinking about this the entire time, because his current situation wasn't too good. Shui Yunxiong was the only one he could rely on. Furthermore, his relations, H.I. plus P with Shui Yunxiong's grandson, was extremely good. Previously, he had already trusted Shui Yunxiong very much, and believed that he would be able to go about with a smooth sailing under Shui Yunxiong's protection and earn a large amount of Dao Crystal S. There must be something wrong with that, but unfortunately, I can't find the Grandma Jiang right now. Jinxiang had already arrived outside the Cloud Heaven City. He did not know if it was because of the Longhua lion's words that made him feel that the Cloud Heaven City had suddenly become terrifying. Let's sneak in first. Jinxiang allowed himself to become invisible. Then he entered the Cloud Heaven City and headed towards the Cloud Sky Villa. Arriving at the Cloud Sky Villa, Jinxiang saw Shui Yunxiong. At this moment, he was drinking happily and talking loudly with many people, becoming part of everyone else. None of them noticed Jinxiang. After all, Jinxiang was very proficient in using the counterpower now, and this was all cultivated by him when he was crossing the Dragon Beast Forest. They drank until it was night before Shui Yunxiong went to his room to rest. When Jinxiang saw that brother W.A. and G also went in, he immediately floated over and turned into a grain of sand that rolled into the crevice on the ground. Brother W.A. and G, that brat Jinxiang did not follow me over today? Shui Yunxiong asked in a low voice. That's strange. I clearly gave him a flying cloak, so he should be coming. W.A. and G frowned. When Jinxiang heard their conversation, he had a bad premonition. Furthermore, he also saw that Shui Yunxiong seemed to have changed into a different person, his expression filled with evil. C. 2729. C. 2729. Jinxiang felt that there must be something wrong with this Shui Yunxiong. He was no longer like how it was said in the legends, nor was he as good as Grandma Jiang had said. There was definitely a problem with Shui Yunxiong still acting so well right now. This made him think of the ancestor of the Eastern Dragon Mountain Villa, W.A.N. Jilong. When W.A.N. Jilong came back, he injured the original owner of the manor and directly seized the position. Jinxiang then thought about what the Longhua lion had said before. The people that came back from Myriad Tao Mausoleum were not good people. This made him believe all of them even more. How is Xueqing, that brat, doing? W.A.N. Jigo asked in a low voice. I've already successfully placed Ox, Devil's soul, inside. If nothing goes wrong after tonight, Ox will successfully possess his body. Shui Yunxiong's words stunned Jinxiang. He had already thought of something. The Shui Yunxiong in front of him was not the Shui Yunxiong from back then. Would old demon Ox scold you? After all, you are now his grandfather. Jiga laughed. It's good enough that he has a body that can be found, but Shui Yunxiong doesn't have many bodies like this one. He had originally planned to give that brat Qin Xiang's body to him, but Qin Xiang is very useful, and he has a lot of secrets. We have to keep him for now. With him around, we will be able to get a large number of Dao crystals soon. Shui Yunxiong said in a low voice. Eastern Dragon Mountain Villa is really a scoundrel. If you get too anxious, it will actually benefit us. As long as he comes back and is controlled by us, we can control him however we want. Jiga laughed loudly. Don't be too happy too early. Just right now, the flying dragon pag. There is a great disaster. Sooner or later, the existence of the flying dragon pag. Will threaten us. And above us are 10 ancient tablets. The secrets contained within them all relate to the myriad Tao mausoleum. Shui Yunxiong said with a grave expression on her face. We were previously trapped in the myriad Tao mausoleum, and if it wasn't for our good luck, we wouldn't be able to come out for the rest of our lives. Fortunately, these guys came. Even if we succeeded in seizing their bodies when our souls were about to be destroyed with their bodies, we could survive for so many years. Brother G nodded his head. That's right, we all know about their memories. It seems that if we continue to pretend to be them for a period of time, we will be able to successfully gather a lot of people. When that time comes, even if Eastern Dragon Mountain Villa and the other old devils reveal our ident. 1. Ties, we can also say that they are purposely pouring dirty water on us. That's right, if that's the case, then we can have a good status here and control the myriad Tao city. Shui Yunxiong laughed out loud. Boss, the myriad Tao cities, myriad Tao divine steel, won't be able to hold on for long. At that time, what are we going to do? Brother G asked worriedly. Don't worry, the myriad Tao's divine steel above the flying dragon pag. It can be replaced, and the myriad Tao's divine steel above us also requires an even smaller number of Dao crystal. The most important thing to do next is to gather a large number of Dao crystal before the myriad Tao's divine steel runs out. Shui Yunxiong said, Qin Xiang is the key. Wait for him to come back. We will attack together. Hearing that, Qin Xiang's heart jumped. These people who just came back from the myriad Tao mausoleum were truly strange. He was extremely grateful to the Longhua lion. If not, he would really be screwed. What frightened him the most was that these TARDS from the myriad Tao mausoleum were all a group of old devils who brought along a large amount of souls to help them revive. Brother G opened the door and left Shui Yunxiong's room. When Qin Xiang opened the door, he turned into sand and followed the wind and flew out. When Brother G had walked far away, he floated into the air towards the snowy pavilion. Qin Xiang had heard Feng Rushue say that there was also an old fellow who had returned from the myriad Tao mausoleum. Now, within the myriad Tao city, he felt that only Feng Rushue could trust him. And if he went now, he would have to make sure that Feng Rushue had not been possessed. If he were to be possessed, his whereabouts would be known by Feng Rushue. At night, when looking from the outside, the snow pavilion was extremely quiet. After Qin Xiang flew in, he heard a few sounds. Vermilion bird, why are you so late? What's the matter? When I'm dressed, I'll go out. Feng Rushue shouted softly, I'm bathing. No need to wear it, I'll go in now. The cyan sparrow's lewd laughter came from outside. Bluebird, what's wrong with you? Feng Rushue shouted in panic, as he had already donned a red robe. What a tender little phoenix. To tell you the truth, I was an ugly and old toad demon before, but now that I have attached myself to this cyan sparrow's body, I can be considered phoenix and am extremely compatible with you. Ha! The cyan sparrow laughed sinisterly. Feng Rushue was shocked by the sudden turn of events. She couldn't understand what was going on, but she was sure that the sparrow wasn't the original bluebird. She was related to the sparrow by blood, so something like that must not happen. Humph! Feng Rushue saw the sparrow pounce towards it and kicked towards the sparrow's abdomen. She had a lot of strength, but when her leg kicked out, the power inside the divine sense, she was unable to flow out. Hee, you were poisoned by our toad poison just now. Although I have taken over the cyan bird's body, my soul has poison, so it is impossible for you to use the power of the divine sense. In a moment of desperation, Feng Rushue thought of Qinxiang. When she tried to sense where Qinxiang was, she found that Qinxiang was in the room right next to her. But she could not see Qinxiang, who could not use the power of the divine sense simply could not move at all. Just as the cyan sparrow was about to kiss him, she suddenly felt a cold qi approaching, bringing along a very scary killing intent. This killing intent only lasted for a moment, a very short moment. Just as the killing intent appeared, Feng Rushue also felt the cyan sparrow's hands slowly loosen. She immediately broke free from the cyan sparrow, and at this moment she saw that there was an additional BLODY hole in the cyan sparrow's chest and throat. Qinxiang, is that you? Feng Rushue knew that Qinxiang was in the room and shouted anxiously, "It's me." When Qinxiang appeared, he took out the chuangs. HI+G furnace and put the cyan sparrow inside. He knew that this fellow's soul was extremely powerful, and it was very likely that he would run away. When Feng Rushue saw Qinxiang, he heaved a sigh of relief and walked into the room, hurriedly putting on his clothes. "Thank you, that was close." Feng Rushue looked at Qinxiang tenderly. She did not think that Qinxiang would come in time. What made her most surprised was that Qinxiang's cultivation was so low to actually be able to kill the sparrow in an instant. The cyan sparrow had the same strength as her. They both belonged to the heaven realm, and Qinxiang was only from the Tai Dao realm. There's no need to stand on ceremony. I came here immediately because I sensed that something was amiss. Qinxiang sighed. I was almost attacked as well. I feel scared just thinking about it. C. 2730. C. 2730. Feng Rushue poured a cup of fragrant flower tea for Qinxiang and took a few sips to calm her mind. She had been completely scared out of her wits just now. At this moment, the poison in her body had gradually dissipated. It did not last long. What the L is going on? Who was the first to make a move on you? Shui Yunxiong from the Heavenly Cloud Villa is so strong. You should be very safe inside. Feng Rushue thought back to the cyan bird from before and also thought of something. The blue sparrow's body was already occupied by the other souls. Looks like your Phoenix Mountain Villa has suffered too. I just wonder how many of your Phoenix Mountain Villa's bodies are occupied by the evil spirits. Qinxiang said, "In the Phoenix Mountain Villa, right now, you can't even trust the person you're closest to. It's very possible your parents are the same as the cyan sparrow." Hearing Qinxiang's words, Feng Rushue's face changed greatly, and she lowered her head, gently biting her lips. She knew that Qinxiang was not lying to her because she had seen the cyan sparrow's appearance just now. If Qinxiang had not arrived in time, she did not know what would have happened to her. When she thought about that terrifying outcome, she could not help but SHI+ver. If her parents did the same thing to her back in Phoenix Mountain Villa, it would be extremely painful for her. The group of people that the Myriad Tao Mausoleum has returned to are all bad people. Their bodies are still the same, and they also have the memories of their original owners. And they took a copy of the novel with them. Come back to a group of evil souls and help them find a good body. This is how the cyan sparrow suffered. Qinxiang told Feng Rushue everything in a simple manner. Shui Yunxiong is the same, and the friend that I just made, Shui Qing, was also murdered by his so-called grandfather, just like that Sai. Then how can I confirm that my parents have suffered too? Feng Rushue's heart couldn't help but hurt when he thought of his parents being possessed. We will go to Phoenix Mountain Villa to see your parents now. Only by meeting them can we confirm it. Chen Xiang said, Use the fastest speed you can take me to the outskirts of the Phoenix Mountain Villa. Then I can use my secret technique to make us invisible. Stealthily sneak into the villa and go take a look at your parents' situation. Right now, her heart was extremely heavy. If Chen Xiang wasn't by her side, she would have definitely collapsed, and she didn't wish for her parents to become such a demon. When they arrived outside the Phoenix Mountain Villa, Chen Xiang pulled Feng Ruxue, displayed the counterpower, made the two of them hide themselves, and then quietly entered the villa. Now, Feng Ruxue also knew that this kind of mysterious technique was very powerful. She was also like the Longhua lion and thought that this was a very rare rule. What's going on? After Chen Xiang entered the Phoenix Mountain Villa, he saw that there were many people everywhere, and the place was brightly lit. It was still late at night, but it was bustling with noise and excitement. Something has happened. Feng Ruxue sent a sound transmission to Chen Xiang. They seem to be looking for something. Go to the Phoenix main hall and take a look. Feng Ruxue pulled Chen Xiang and carefully walked to the vicinity of the Phoenix main hall. When they approached, Chen Xiang felt a few powerful auras and immediately stopped Feng Ruxue. We have to be careful, otherwise we'll be discovered. Chen Xiang said in a low voice. Feng Ruxue looked at the ceiling. The ventilation hole in the main hall was open, so she brought Chen Xiang to float in through the window and stood on a beam inside the main hall. There were a few elders in the hall. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and Mom are not here. Feng Ruxue became even more worried. Holding Chen Xiang's hand tightly, she had already mentally prepared herself on the way here. Humph! How many times have I told you not to alert them? Now, they found out and they've all run away. One of the elders in the lead shouted in anger as he reprimanded the other elders. Lord Demon Master, all four of them were injured by us, and Feng Ruxue is their descendant. I have already sent toads to deal with him. So as long as we ambush near the snow pavilion, we can wait for the four of them. A middle-aged man said. Hearing that, Feng Ruxue was extremely excited. She only had 4 elders, and all of them could escape. Just as she was getting excited, Chen Xiang pulled her out of the air window and sent her a sound transmission. Hurry up and fly back to the snow pavilion. Your elders must have already gone over there. Feng Ruxue anxiously carried Chen Xiang and used all his strength to fly towards the snow pavilion. Her family's condition was still considered good, and Chen Xiang was happy for her. The moment Feng Ruxue returned to the snow pavilion, he saw his 4 elders in her room. The agitated Feng Ruxue was about to rush over, but he was grabbed tightly by Chen Xiang. Wait, let's see what's going on first. Chen Xiang was extremely cautious now, and Feng Ruxue listened to her, although Chen Xiang's cultivation was not higher than hers. It's a mess here, and there is still a trace of terrifying sword qi left, and there is also a poison that can penetrate divine sense. Looks like they have already sent people to deal with sour snow. An old man's voice was filled with anger. Let's go! Even if our lives are on the line, we still have to save Ruxue. The old woman beside the old man was trembling in anger, and waves of energy surged out from her body. I want to perish together with those demons. A middle-aged woman's face was covered in tears, and the middle-aged man beside her had already walked towards the window, preparing to fly back to Phoenix Mountain Villa. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, and I are fine. Feng Ruxue anxiously shouted, while Chen Xiang released her hand, allowing her to appear. Feng Ruxue was also crying loudly. She threw herself into the middle-aged lady's embrace. It was her mother. Her seniors were all severely injured, but they were all phoenixes and could quickly recover. This place was no longer safe, so Chen Xiang followed them and left the myriad Tao city. Chen Xiang saved Feng Ruxue, and the other elders were extremely grateful. Now Chen Xiang also understood why they did not protect him back then, because their situation back then was extremely dangerous as well. Looks like I can't stay here any longer. Feng Rushue's grandfather sighed. Little brother, do you want to leave this place with us? The divine wasteland is so big. Even if they are not here, they would still be able to live a good life. Qinxiang shook his head. No, I still have some private grudges that I haven't resolved. I won't leave, and I have other important matters to attend to. Then you must be careful. We will leave here at dawn. Qinxiang nodded. Feng Rushue asked softly, Qinxiang, leave with us. It's too dangerous for you here. Your grandfather and grandmother are both strong, and with your pill cultivating techniques, we can live a good life. I will find you in the future. I can protect myself. Qinxiang laughed. Regarding this, Feng Rushue could not deny that Qinxiang's ability was indeed brilliant. After that, she ended the cooperation with Qinxiang, making her feel very sad. After Qinxiang had saved her, her feelings towards Qinxiang had increased by another level. She felt that even if she was together with Qinxiang, her elders would not object. However, Qinxiang was unwilling to leave with them. You must keep your promise and come to me, Feng Rushue said in a low voice. She and Qinxiang had a secret, and it was that they had a very strange feeling about each other. As long as they were in the same SPAC, they would know the direction and position of each other. Definitely. Qinxiang laughed heartily. All right, I still have other things to do now. Seniors, farewell. Feng Rushue watched Qinxiang leave reluctantly. She also wanted to be with Qinxiang, but she felt that she wouldn't be able to help him with anything. Qinxiang bade farewell to Feng Rushue and the others, and immediately headed to Flying Dragon Pag. Oda. He felt that it was the safest place, and Longhua Lion was also extremely trustworthy. C. 2731. C. 2730. Qinxiang flew in the air for a distance before returning to the Myriad Tao City. He still had other friends in the Myriad Tao City, namely Tai Shangjin and the Tai clan elder. Qinxiang wanted to find them and tell them everything, so they would be on guard. In the afternoon, Qinxiang went to a house near the Myriad Tao's divine steel. He entered a large hall and saw Tai Shangjin at the counter. Qinxiang had already changed his appearance, and Tai Shangjin could not recognize him either. Right now he was worried that Tai Shangjin was also possessed by the evil demon soul. I can only take the risk. Qinxiang came to the counter and immediately transmitted his voice to Tai Shangjin. Elder Tai, it's Qinxiang. How have you been recently? Hearing Qinxiang's words, Tai Shangjin's face was filled with joy. He nodded at Qinxiang and then brought Qinxiang to a secret room. Qinxiang was also the same. He was extremely worried that Tai Shangjin had been pushed to the top. Qinxiang, something big happened recently. I never thought you would dare to come back here. It's too dangerous. Tai Shangjin said with a serious expression. What's the big deal? Qinxiang asked. There's something wrong with the 7 great villas upper echelons. Even Tai Bo and Tai Bao are not in the right either. Recently, they've always been asking me about you and asking me to find a way to contact you. Tai Shangjin frowned. I don't know what's going on, but I keep having the feeling that the righteous energies in Tai Bo and Tai Bao's bodies had already disappeared. Tai Shangjin was originally a leader of the Supreme Ocean Sword sect. The way he cultivated the way of the sword allowed him to wield a body of righteous qi, which was why he could feel that something was amiss in the Eastern Dragon Mountain Villa. Qinxiang sighed. He was sure that Tai Bao and his sister had already suffered. What a pity. If I had discovered them earlier, I might have been able to save them. Qinxiang said with some self-blame. What did they discover earlier? Could it be that they're already dead? Tai Shangjin had a lot of trust in Qinxiang when he first came here with the other people. Only Qinxiang had a good relations. I plus P with him, other than the few people from the Pill Dao whose locations were unknown. The rest of them had all changed. Chen Xiang told Tai Shangjin about what happened to Shui Yunxiong after he was carried by the evil demon's soul. Upon hearing that, Tai Shangjin was extremely shocked. His face was filled with fear because his current situation was extremely dangerous. As long as those people needed him, they would take over his body. The two elders of the Tai family should have already died. Their souls have already been devoured by the evil spirits. Chun Xiang said, "Old Tai, you should leave this Eastern Dragon Mountain villa. Right now, this place is extremely dangerous. Anyone with even the slightest of strength would have their bodies devoured. Soon, this myriad Tao city will be under their control. After all, I am friends with Tai Bo and Tai Bao. I want to take revenge for them. If I am certain that they have been killed, then I will destroy their bodies as well and let them die in peace." Tai Shangjin's tone carried grief and indignation. One must have strength in order to take revenge. Tai Bo and Tai Bao are already very strong, and now that they have the evil soul's possession, their powers will definitely become even stronger. Qin Xiang said. Tai Shangjin thought for a bit and also sighed. He was clear about the strength of Tai Bo and Tai Bao, and he was indeed not their match at the moment. And this myriad Tao city could not tolerate him any longer. If he continued, he would become extremely dangerous. "Old Tai, come with me to the myriad Tao lake outside the city. There's a very safe place there," Qin Xiang said. He felt that the flying dragon pag. Oh, it was a pretty good place. In the myriad Tao lake, didn't a strange tower just appear? There are a large number of powerful dragon beasts there. How can they be safe? Tai Shangjin was very confused about this. That tower is called Flying Dragon Pag. Oda, although there are many powerful dragon beasts inside, it is much safer than inside. Qin Xiang said, "Once we get there, you'll understand." "All right, let's go now." Tai Shangjin found an excuse, then quickly exited the city with Qin Xiang, heading towards the Flying Dragon Pag. Oda. On the way, Qin Xiang told Tai Shangjin about the situation inside the Flying Dragon Pag. Because he was worried that there was no way to increase his cultivation, was extremely happy to learn that there was also the myriad Tao's divine steel in the Flying Dragon Pag. Oda. When night fell, Qin Xiang and Tai Shangjin finally arrived at the Flying Dragon Pag. And then they went up to the 10th floor. He discovered that, aside from the fact that the first floor was extremely dark, all of the 9 floors above had mountains and rivers and dragon beastess as well. There were many mountains near the 10th floor stairs. When Chen Xiang and Tai Shangjin appeared, the Longhua lion rushed over. "You'll be back in a few days." The Longhua lion looked at Tai Shangjin and laughed. "You also brought a friend. You aren't thinking of Russ. Plussing over right now, are you?" To reach the 100th floor, "I think I'm having some difficulties, but it's hard to say for my friend. He's very strong." Qin Xiang laughed. Tai Shangjin was at the peak of the heaven realm, although he had not reached the 3 profound realm. He had only trained in it for a part of its power. Brother Long, the fellows that came back from the myriad Tao mausoleum are really not good people. I almost fell for them. Qin Xiang thanked him sincerely. So the last time you heard me. So you have a good relations. +P with those people. The Longhua lion said. Qin Xiang nodded. "Follow me." The Longhua lion brought Qin Xiang and Tai Shangjin to his cave. On the way, Qin Xiang introduced Tai Shangjin to the Longhua lion. After entering the cave, Qin Xiang took out some wine, and the 3 of them drank as they talked about the evil soul less. The Longhua lion knew more about the affairs of the myriad Tao mausoleum than Qin Xiang and the others. I think all of you should have guessed it already, that those guys are the eternal evil soul of the myriad Tao mausoleum, one of the dangers in the myriad Tao mausoleum. If they were to accidentally enter the evil soul's lair and get their bodies taken by them, the consequences would be the same as now. The Longhua lion said, Usually this is the case for those who have been imprisoned in the myriad Tao mausoleum for many years to come back. Then what can I do to see through them? Tai Shangjin asked. The last time Qinxiang saw me, he was still extremely cautious of me and worried that I had been caught red-handed. Old Tai, didn't you feel that something was wrong with them? I just couldn't sense it. Qinxiang curled his lips. However, I can only sense it very vaguely. I am simply unable to ascertain it. Tai Shangjin shook his head. It's very rare for anyone to sense that something is amiss with them. The Longhua lion's face revealed a shocked expression. That kind of evil soul is a very evil thing. If one wants to feel them, one must cultivate their own qi of justice to be able to do so. Of course, that is a method of direct detection. I have a method that can easily see through them with the assistance of some things. The Longhua lion took out 3 pearls and said, These are righteous law beads. If they are carried with you, the moment that kind of evil soul appears, you can find it through this pearl. See 2732. See 2730. 2 Qinxiang and Tai Shangjin took 1 each. Law of justice. I never thought that there would be such a law. Qinxiang looked at the law beads carefully and felt the righteous and strange power inside. The power of justice does not have any killing intent. It is only to dispel the evil thoughts in my heart. There are many dragon beasts here that are born with all kinds of evil qi. I have used these things to tame them so they are not as savage. The Longhua lion laughed. Qinxiang sighed. Right now I do not know what to do. The myriad Tao city has already been occupied, and only this tower is safe. Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, it has 1,000 floors. There are not only a large number of dragon beasts there, there are also quite a few people. Those people are all the humans that went up to the tower a long time ago. Because the Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, it was sealed, there is no way out, and there are so many people up there. Furthermore, the world inside the tower is no different from the outside, and there are also a lot of resources. So the world above Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, there is a pretty good world always. It will be more dangerous because the humans above often wage war against the dragon beast, and there will always be endless conflicts between humans. Tai Shangjin said, How about this? I will go up to scout first, and after I find out everything, I will come back to bring you up. You should start cultivating here right now. At the peak of Heaven Realm, Tai Shangjin felt that he could probably make it to the 100th floor or even higher, after finding out about the situation in the Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, he planned to train in it for a while and wait for the strong to arrive before heading to Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Even an expert like Shui Yunxiong had been devoured by the evil soul. Although it was said that one had good luck and wouldn't encounter any danger, everyone was worried about what would happen if. After all, the number of people who could return from the Myriad Tao Mausoleum were few. All right, I will work hard to cultivate during this period of time. Qinxiang nodded his head. He was still in the Tai Dao realm, so he could cultivate it. As long as he cultivated the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS up to its level, he would be able to wield an even stronger power of law and extract a very strong primitive Tao power. After saying that, Tai Shangjin immediately headed to the 11th floor. Although the Longhua lion were responsible for guarding this place, he would not stop Tai Shangjin from going up. If it was anyone else, he would think of a way to make things difficult for them. Not long from now, more and more people will come up, and those evil soul S will quickly find out about the situation in the Flying Dragon Pag. Furthermore, after they overturn the Myriad Tao's divine steel, it will very quickly disappear, and at that time, they will definitely move over here. The Longhua lion said as she looked at the gigantic staircase that led up to the 11th floor. The stairs here were very wide, and the door was covered by a black curtain, just like the entrance to Flying Dragon Pag. If Shui Yunxiong and the rest were to come here, you would definitely not be able to stop them. They are so powerful. Qinxiang said, I think you should go to the 100th floor. With your strength, you won't be able to defend this place. The Longhua lion sighed. Indeed, my powers are limited now, but I want to pick more outstanding dragon beast seedlings here. Oh, right, Brother Long. How many spirit transformation law do you need to make a dragon beast take human form and awaken its consciousness? Qin Xiang asked. I need 10 law beads, but I can only get 2 now. If I pa S through the myriad Tao's divine steel, I would need 100 million Tao crystal to get one. The Longhua lion took out 2 law beads S. After being refined by Qin Xiang, each law beads would be able to support 4 pills. Qin Xiang felt that if he worked even harder, he would not have to worry about 5 pills at the same time. Maybe I can help you refine it. Qin Xiang said, Oh, refining. The Longhua lion could be said to know nothing about refining pills. To this day, he still could not figure out the profoundness of refining pills. However, he knew that refining pills was something very profound, and he was very impressed with those powerful human alchemists. So he was always a little respectful towards Qin Xiang. You don't know about this, right? Actually, all these law beads are able to use alchemy to strengthen the power of law inside. After I refine them, each of them will have the same effect as the previous 5. Qin Xiang laughed. Of course, this is my secret technique. The other alchemists do not. He felt that this ability was simply too terrifying. In this world where there was a huge demand for law beads, to be able to master this ability meant that Qin Xiang wanted to reach the peak of his abilities in no time. Is that really possible? The Longhua lion Pa S said the 2 pellets to Qin Xiang. If it's possible, doesn't that mean that I can open the spirit of a dragon beast with only 2 pellets? Of course it's true. Make a cave for me. I'll go refine it now. Qin Xiang laughed. The Longhua lion quickly made a cave for Qin Xiang to refine the 2 law beads for him. After fineness, Qin Xiang went into the cave and started refining in half a day's time. When the Longhua lion took the 2 law beads S, it also felt that the power of the law inside the law beads was much stronger than before. Then it excitedly took the 2 law beads S to a giant lion and let it eat them. Did you choose all these dragon beasts? Qin Xiang looked at the other dragon beast. Most of them were lions or tigers, while the others were all dragon beasts with high attack or defense. There was no dragon ape. Yes, they were all carefully selected by me, and they are also my main goal in nurturing in the future. The Longhua lion said there were more than 1,000 of these dragon beasts that he had selected, while tens of thousands of others were brought over by him. The fact that the Longhua lion could transform into human meant that he was very strong, and the dragon beasts were all afraid of him. Qin Xiang felt that this Longhua lion had a lot of ambition and was slowly expanding its power. Not long after, the giant dragon lion that had eaten the 2 law beads had a huge reaction. Its body was shrouded in golden light. There's an effect. He's changing, awakening his spiritual consciousness. The Longhua lion was very excited. It clenched its fists and wished that it could hug Qin Xiang and cheer. Sure enough, after just a little more than an hour, this dragon mage had taken human form. He looked like an honest-looking big guy. Longhua lion quickly took out some clothes for him to wear and gave him the name Longhua Kun. It's a pity that there are only 2 spirit transformation law beads. If only there were more, it would be great. Myriad Tao City has already controlled the Myriad Tao Divine Steel to a dead end, so I can't let them condense spirit transformation law beads at all. The Longhua lion said with a depressed look, I do have a way. Qin Xiang replied, I just don't know if I'll succeed. See 2733. See 2733. Ever since the Longhua lion saw that Qin Xiang had succeeded in refining the law beads, it had started to admire him from head to toe. Although Qin Xiang was not as strong as it was, this ability was something that he respected. What method? The Longhua lion trusted Qin Xiang very much. You should also have the laws of spirit transformation in your body, right? Qin Xiang asked. Generally speaking, Dragon Beast can only condense the spirit transformation law after cultivating to the 3 profound realm, and then transform into a human, right? Yes, Dragon Beast or other savage beasts will automatically form their own spirit transformation Dao veins when they are in the 3 profound realm and become humans. The Longhua Lion said, after you become a human, you can train with the human body and learn powerful human methods. That way, we beasts can improve more quickly. Good. Then you can try and see if you can extract the power of the law of spirit transformation from your own spirit transformation Dao vein and condense it into a bead. Chun Xiang said, previously he had successfully used Feng Rushua's flight rule beads to cultivate and open his flight channels. However, there was a slight mistake, and that was because Feng Rushua was born with the flight rule, which resulted in him still being able to sense Feng Rushua. On the other hand, believed that the Longhua Lion's spirit transformation Dao vein was cultivated to the Hotian realm, so he did not think that the situation would occur between him and Feng Rushua. Is it really possible? I've tried it before, haven't I? However, I did not succeed because the spirit transforming law beads that I formed all had some traces that I am unable to be used by others. In the human world, this is also the case. What do you want the myriad Tao divine steel for? The Longhua Lion shook its head. You don't know. After being refined by me, you will be able to use it. I have succeeded before, so try it and you will know. Chun Xiang laughed. All right, I won't need anything if I want to try. The Longhua Lion immediately went to agglomerate it. Chun Xiang waited for a whole day, and after that, the Longhua Lion condensed 20 pills for him. Now felt that refining this kind of law beads did not have any harm, because this would give him more experience. In the future, if he wanted to grow even better, other than refining pills, he would also need to refine this kind of law beads. Although it was called a law beads, he still saw the law beads as a law pill. The more Chun Xiang refined, the more proficient he would be. When he refined again in the future, his speed would be much faster, so he was very willing to do this kind of thing. In a day's time, those 20 law beads would be completely refined by him. The most excited people were still the Longhua Lion, which meant that he would be able to create 10 of these heavenly spirit dragon beasts soon. These heavenly spirit dragon beasts were all very strong, especially after transforming into human forms. Their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, Chun Xiang had been here for a year. Originally, the Longhua Lion had been together with more than 1,000 of them, but now those dragon beasts had all changed into human forms. Chun Xiang had also broke through to the 3rd level of the Tai Dao realm. He had a lot of Tianhun Gold Dan S ingredients at hand, and after being refined with the crash method, their effects had increased many times, which was why he was able to improve so quickly. I can't go on like this. Elder Brother Long, I want to go up now to take a look. Even after a year, there still hasn't been any news for me. Chun Xiang was a little worried. That's fine too. Since you have the ability to become invisible, you should be safe on the way. I'll wait for a few more brothers, and then prepare to go to the 100th floor. The Longhua Lion said. Chun Xiang nodded his head, and then climbed the stairs. Over the past year, he had also quietly gone to the Myriad Tao City, because the 2 elders of the Tai clan had said that the Myriad Tao Mausoleum would open its doors, but it was different now, because there were many changes in the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. For example, he had asked the group of evil soulless to come back earlier, and now the flying dragon pag. Oh, DS had appeared. No one knew when the Myriad Tao Mausoleum would open safely again. If he had the strength, he could force his way in, but that would be very dangerous. Chun Xiang used the counterpower and started to climb up the stairs layer by layer. After Pa S sing through the 20th floor, he realized that the stairs had disappeared. When he came up from below, he could always see the stairs at once, but not from here. Since it's so big here, it would take some time to find the stairs. No wonder Tai Bai had been gone for so long. Just searching for the stairs is enough. Chun Xiang had the flight rules, adding that his flying speed was already very fast. He could fly on the 21st floor to search. There was a lot of water on this level, just like a vast ocean. However, there were a lot of islands and there were a lot of dragon beasts on each island. These dragon beasts are not weak. They are at the several levels of Tai Dao realm. Chun Xiang flew across an island at a low alt. One toot. Below him, a dragon tiger was chasing after him, jumping up continuously to bite him. Going to the 100th level, most of them should have already taken human form. Chun Xiang now understood why Longhua Lion wanted to develop their own powers. This was because the flying dragon pag. Oh, there was the world of dragon beast. D-8M. And I finally found it. After flying for an entire day, Chun Xiang finally saw the staircase and remembered its location. He had the law of flight, so it was quite easy to find him. If he didn't have the law of flight, he didn't even dare imagine how long he would have to search for it. He was suddenly worried that Tai Chong would not be able to find the way up because he was trapped inside one of the floors. When he went to the level above, Chun Xiang thought that he was still at the level he had just been on, because there was still a lot of water here. This D-A-M, Ned Place. I wonder if there really is 100 levels. Chun Xiang began his complicated search. Now that he had only gone up 2 floors, he felt like he was going crazy. It was hard to imagine what it would be like to go up to the 100 floors. Thinking of this, Chun Xiang could not help but roar. Calm down, you can't be so impetuous. I'm still all right if it was anyone else. Even if they weren't killed by dragon beast, they would have probably gone crazy. Chun Xiang took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Just like this, he used 2 months to finally arrive at the 80th level. After 20 floors, he spent almost all of his time on every floor, searching for the stairs. If I remember correctly, this is the 80th level, and the environment is different. Chun Xiang was on a floor filled with mud. He felt that every floor was a huge world. There was a sky and a moon, and it was difficult to find them in a giant tower. On the lower floors, he had encountered water, fire, thunder, gale, snow, rain, etc., a variety of elements, and this was the dirtiest place. I think 80 to 89 people have this kind of character. I have to get out of this suffering as soon as possible. Searching for the floor was originally very boring, and if he were to encounter such a terrible environment, it would cause his mood to become very bad. After 10 days, he finally arrived at the 90th floor. What he did not expect was that there were falling meteorites everywhere. He did not know where they came from, but they kept falling like rain. See 2734. See 2734. Chun Xiang had encountered many extremely vile environments on the previous floors, such as many lightning bolts striking, or violent winds and torrential rain, places that were filled with sand. However, that had not affected his flight through the air. Right now, the meteors here were like a torrential rain. They were falling in a dense barrage with a very powerful impact. This made it extremely difficult for him to fly here. As long as he was careful, he would be hit. Meteors of all sizes continued to fall from the sky, and beneath them was a sea. This place did not have islands like the floors below. This was an endless sea. The flaming meteor fell into the sea, causing the sea water to boil and release bursts of fog. This fog rose into the air and gathered together, forming thick clouds in some areas, striking out waves of lightning. In such a harsh environment, Chun Xiang felt a headache. On the previous floors, at least he did not have to worry about not being able to fly. Even if he met with lightning previously, he could still avoid it. This is troublesome. The meteors here are not simple. If we were to be hit by them, it would definitely be painful for a long time. Chun Xiang looked ahead and sighed helplessly. Cloud and sky constellation. Chun Xiang used the cloud sky elephant that he frequently used in his celestial phenomenon art, making himself look like a cloud. Even if he was his body would not be harmed. Although the environment here was bad, Chun Xiang still had a way to deal with it. After using the cloud sky phenomenon, his speed would only increase a lot. I hope that I can find the staircase that leads up to the 100th floor as soon as possible and escape this sea of bitterness. In the past few days, Chun Xiang had been extremely annoyed, especially when he encountered floors with extremely harsh environments. After using the cloud sky constellation, Chun Xiang could fly here without worry, searching for the stairs to climb. This place was shrouded in mist. It was impossible to look directly at it with his eyes, so Chun Xiang could only send out his own consciousness to scout the place out. Previously, he had also frequently used this method to search for the stairs. Due to the harsh environment, Chun Xiang's flying speed slowed down, causing him to slow down in his search for the stairs. Fortunately, he did not sustain any injuries, so even if he had been searching for a long time, he had nothing to worry about. I finally found it. Chun Xiang searched for 5 whole days before finally finding a staircase that led up from a thick layer of white mist. After entering the upper floor, Chun Xiang sighed helplessly because this place was exactly the same as the floor below. He had been here for so long that he had some experience. The distance from the 90th level to the 99th level was certainly about the same. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had said, and Chun Xiang, who was on the 99th floor, had finally found a staircase that led to the 100th floor. When he saw that staircase, he had the urge to cry. In this phase of the 90th level, the time spent was the same as in the previous layers. We've reached the 100th floor. Don't try to cheat anyone. Chun Xiang excitedly went up the stairs and stepped into the darkness at the end of the stairs. After entering, a burst of sweet fragrance wafted into his nose. The warm sunlight shone onto his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "I've finally arrived at a more decent place." Chun Xiang looked around. Although they were at the top of the stairs, there were no guards. They were all in the forest. After arriving here, Chun Xiang did not let down his guard. He immediately activated the counter power to make himself invisible, and at the same time carefully observed his surroundings. Although it was a forest, there were no trees near the staircase. There were weeds everywhere. Chun Xiang saw a lot of scars on the weeds. Some are left behind by beasts, and some are left behind by humans. It could be seen that some beasts had said through many trials and had reached this level. What puzzled him was that there were quite a few human footprints here, all of which seemed to have been left behind not long ago. Isn't it just Elder Tai who came up by himself? Why were there traces of so many people? Could it be that he had transformed into a beast? Or did Long Hua Lion and the rest arrive here before me? Chun Xiang calculated the time. From the 10th floor to here, it had only been a few months. He was able to become invisible and had the flight laws. He felt that his speed was much faster than many people, and even if there were many people following him, they would definitely be slower than him. Never mind, I've already come up. Let's leave this Ned place first. Chun Xiang casually flew towards a direction. The environment of the 100 floors was not bad. If there were no dragon beast or something like that, this place could be considered a relatively safe and secluded place. There were beautiful scenery everywhere. Chun Xiang flew out of the forest. Suddenly he heard the sound of fighting. It was not small. The chi waves produced by the battle were like a storm blowing in his direction. Who's fighting here? From the looks of it, you should be from the heaven realm. Because Chun Xiang was a stranger to this place, he decided to take a look and see what the people inside the 100 floors of Flying Dragon Pag were like. Chun Xiang flew over and saw the people fighting in the air. It was an old man and a tall and DY man, both of them fighting in close combat. The battle was extremely intense. What made Chun Xiang feel strange was that although these two were fighting intensely, they were not fighting to the death, and it seemed more like they were sparring. Who the HELL are they? Chun Xiang was now sure that the person in battle was a human, not a dragon beast. Chun Xiang watched the battle for an hour before he finally finished. Master, with my current strength, is it possible for me to defeat the head disciple of the Azure Dragon School? The tall and STU. DY man asked while wiping his sweat. So these two were master and apprentice. I can't. Azure Dragon School's chief disciple is at the late stage of Heaven Realm, while you're only at the middle stage. Although the thunderstorm law that you cultivate can help you increase your strength by a lot, the other party is at the late stage, so their cultivation is a lot higher than yours. The old man shook his head. Master, is there any way for me to quickly advance to the late stage? The tall and STU. DY man hurriedly said. His face was filled with unwillingness. No, the Heaven Realm is not the Tai Dao Realm and Dao Ji. Oh, D Realm. As long as you have enough resources, you can quickly level up. But the Heaven Realm is different. The Heaven Realm places a lot of importance on comprehension. The old man shook his head and sighed. Don't be too impatient. This will only lead you astray. Be patient and comprehend the heavenly Ji, OD technique. The tall and STU. DY man clenched his fists and roared towards the sky. I know you hate the head disciple of the Azure Dragon School. After all, he crippled your little brother. The old man patted the brawny man on the shoulder to comfort him. Master, no matter what, I want to partic. 1P. 8 in the Flying Dragon A Association. I want to stake my life on Flying Dragon A Association with that fellow. After the tall and STU. DY man finished speaking, he rushed in a certain direction. Flying Dragon A Association? Chun Xiang muttered these two words in his heart. It sounded extremely interesting, so he immediately flew over and caught up to the burly middle-aged man. C-2735. C-2735, the old man, looked at his disciple run away in anger, and could only sigh. His strength was also limited. He was unable to fight against the Azure Dragon School, and could not help his disciple. The helplessness of this master and disciple were seen by Qin Xiang. Of course, he could not help because he was only at the third stage of the Tai Dao realm. Far from it. The beefy man came under a big tree. He hit the tree with his fists and broke it with a few blows. This elder brother, why is he so angry? Chun Xiang revealed his real body and walked over to ask, Who are you? The street you. DY man could not help but be shocked when he saw Qin Xiang suddenly appear. He thought to himself that he was not cautious enough just now, and someone approached him but did not notice. I was just sing by and felt the presence, so I came to take a look. Qin Xiang had a smile on his face, and his tone was extremely respectful and humble. The muscular man was also an honest man. Seeing that Qin Xiang was so friendly, he sighed. I am a piece of trash who cannot take revenge for my own brother. I can only come to eat and vent my anger. Little brother Qin Xiang, how should I address you? Qin Xiang asked. Yichong, the street you are. DY man laughed at himself. Because of this name, I can always easily allow Yichong to move. Qin Xiang had a good impression of the STU. DY man, he looked simple and honest, without any wariness towards outsiders. Big brother E, are your targets for revenge very strong? Qin Xiang asked. He only knew now that it was the head disciple of some Azure Dragon School. He is the chief disciple of the Azure Dragon School, and at such a young age he is already at the late stage of the Heaven Realm. Yi Chang's face was filled with anger when he mentioned him. Is the Azure Dragon School very powerful? Qin Xiang knew nothing about this place. You don't know. Brother, did you come up from below? Yi Chong was a little surprised. I heard that it was the Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, does opening day this time around, and it's not easy to come up from the bottom up in such a short amount of time. But bro, your cultivation isn't strong. The lower floors are very scary, and without a certain level of strength, it's very difficult to get up. I came up with my seniors on the 99th floor and was lost. Then I found my way up by chance. Qin Xiang sighed. It was as he had guessed. It was very difficult to come here under the 3 profound realm. He was worried. So that's how it is, no wonder. Yi Chong sat on the ground. leaned against a tree trunk, and said, "The Azure Dragon School is built by the Azure Dragon clan within the Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, duh, and is one of the strongest sects. In addition, there are the Vermilion Bird Sect, Profound Marital School Sect, White Tiger Sect, Qilin Sect, and the Phoenix Sect." Qin Xiang was secretly surprised. These were the 7 great villas outside the Myriad Tao City. He did not know if there was any sort of connection between them during this period of time. In short, the sects in Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, they were much stronger than the ones outside. These 7 sects were all established by the beast race, and humans can also join them. Of course, there are sects that humans have built themselves. Although there are many that are strong, they are far from being comparable to sects like divine beasts. After all, divine beasts are a force to be reckoned with, and it is already good that our human sects are able to succeed in power. Qin Xiang never thought that humans could develop so well in the Flying Dragon Pag. "Oda, Brother Yi, what sect are you from?" Qin Xiang asked. "Are there any requirements to join these sects?" "Of course there's a request. This request might be difficult, but it's not easy to fulfill either. Entering those sects requires a fee every year." Yi Chang's face was filled with displeasure. A year requires 100 million Tao Crystal S, which are the requirements of the top sections. And the first, second, and third-rate sects that come down are respectively 50 million, 30 million, and 10 million for a year. Qin Xiang was also shocked by the request. It was extremely difficult. If it was in the Myriad Tao City, many people would have been rejected. And now he knew that Tao Crystal were used, and he still had a few 100 million Tao Crystal. "We need so many Tao Crystal. Where are we going to get them?" "Oh, right. Are there a lot of people in the 7 divine beast sects?" Qin Xiang asked. If there were a lot of people, then wouldn't the 7 sects be extremely rich? "The Tao Crystal S are mainly going to the other floors to mine. There are 1,000 floors. If we are lucky, we can find a piece of the Tao Crystal mine. Then we would be rich. All of the Tao Crystal mines here have reserves of tens of billions of dollars." At this time, Yi Chong was in a much better mood when he mentioned the Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, Da's situation to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang had experienced hundreds of levels from the bottom up, and those floors were all filled with extremely rich Tao Qi. It would not be difficult to nurture a Tao Crystal mine, and maybe there were also floors below, since every floor was huge, just like a large world. The resources of the Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, it could be said to be very plentiful. Yi Chong continued. "I don't have that many Tao Crystal S, so I chose a master. My master is also very good to me. My brother's luck is good. The person who took him in as his disciple is Azure Dragon School, so he doesn't need. That way, he can learn the Azure Dragon School's absolute arts inside the Azure Dragon School. There are quite a few people in the Azure Dragon School, and there are quite a few in the 100 floors of the Azure Dragon School. Of course, not all the disciples of Azure Dragon School have to pay a fee. For example, my brother, if you are accepted as a disciple by a true disciple of the Azure Dragon School, you will be exempt from the fee." "Is there the Myriad Tao Divine Steel here too?" Qin Xiang asked again. "The Azure Dragon School must have received a lot of fees every year, right? If they have Tao Crystal, then wouldn't they be able to get a lot of law beads?" "That's right, but the Myriad Tao Divine Steel is not fixed here. It will only appear once a month, and once a month it will disappear. Therefore, all sects and families need a lot of resources to investigate the location of the Myriad Tao's Divine Steel." Yi Chong said. "So for the rest of us who haven't joined the big sect, we need more Tao Crystal to buy them." Before, Qin Xiang had heard the Longhua Lion say that the Myriad Tao's Divine Steel was very special, and that the number of Tao Crystal used inside wouldn't be many. But now that he had come here, the things he said were completely different. It was rather special. It had only appeared after a month, and the location of its appearance could not be determined. This was simply a scam. It would definitely raise the price of the law beads. How many Tao Crystal cores does a spatial law beads need? Xiang mustered the courage to ask as he was mentally prepared. 300 million. Chong said. Xiang almost fainted. When he was in Myriad Tau City, the Myriad Tau Divine Steel only required 7 to 8,000 myriad Tau crystals to condense a spatial law beads. How many pills will be needed to form a Tao meridian? Xiang asked again. If 10 of them were to condense it, 300 million per pellet would only be 3 billion. 100 pills! Chong had shattered Xiang's beautiful fantasies. See 2736. See 2730. Xiang really wanted to rush down to find the Longhua lion and beat him up. Previously, the Longhua lion said that there were very few Tao crystal that had been used up by the Myriad Tao's divine steel. Bro, what's wrong with you? Why are you so unhappy? Chong saw Xiang's expression and asked inside. Someone told me before that the amount of Tao crystal here would be very little. Where I was previously, I would only need 100 million Tao crystal to buy spatial law beads. Xiang laughed bitterly. Did that be ASTARD say that? F asterisk king fart. There are a lot of Tao crystal here, and a lot of them have to be consumed. My master has personally used the Tao crystal to go to the Myriad Tao's divine steel and condense the Tao crystal. Otherwise, the cost would be around 200 million Tao crystal. Although this was not a good thing for Xiang, but if he was thinking in a good direction, then this could be said to be a good thing because the fact that he could refine law beads meant that he could sell it for a higher price. Just what kind of existence is this flying dragon peg? Oda? Each floor is a huge world. Could it be that they exist to train the dragon beast? Xiang was extremely curious about this. There are currently 2 ways of saying. The first way is that the flying dragon peg. Oh, does a boat, and once all the worlds are about to be destroyed, all sorts of raw spirit beast would be summoned into the tower. Once the outside world is destroyed and reborn, all the living beings that enter the tower will leave it and become very strong, protecting the world that was reborn outside. Ben. Read. This is the home of all beasts, the birthplace of all beasts. There are many tunnels that lead to different worlds, and they will constantly transport different kinds of beasts to those worlds to maintain the diversity of the world. No. Xiang felt that the second kind of legend was more reliable because in many worlds there were dragons and phoenixes. Bro, you just came here. I'll take you for a walk around here. Chong laughed. You can stay at my house. My house isn't very luxurious. Don't despise it. Of course I don't mind. Xiang was also very happy as he followed Chong to his residence. Originally, Chong wanted to go down to the ground floor to train, but it was extremely dangerous, so he was stopped by his master at the staircase. Chong's house was quite far from here. Xiang followed him for an entire day and finally arrived at a small town. Chong's house was located at the side of the town. On the way, Xiang asked a lot of questions about the 100 floors. He never thought that the flying dragon peg. Oh, there was bustling with activity. There were more than 1 billion humans, with tens of thousands of cities of various sizes, and the places where the 7 divine beast sects resided were the most bustling areas. It's hard to imagine such a world inside the flying dragon peg. Oda. Xiang had not thought that there would be so many people here, but he did not expect that there would be so many of them. Of course, the flying dragon peg. Oh, that has existed for millions of years, and so many humans have entered the flying dragon peg. Oda. Furthermore, there are the Myriad Tao's divine steel and endless resources inside that place. Chong said, My ancestors lived in a small world. After that small world was destroyed, he was lucky enough to survive and even opened up a path to divine wasteland. Xiang was currently in Chong's house. This was a large house, only a little old, probably left behind by his ancestors. Sigh. After my younger brother was crippled, it would be difficult for him to recover in the future. Right now, walking is a problem. The head disciple of the Azure Dragon School is also quite cruel. He said that we're all from the same sect, but he actually showed no mercy. Although Yi Chong was furious, he was mostly feeling helpless. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped him from fighting for the position of chief disciple. Now it's all ruined. Yi Chong doted on his brother a lot, and his brother's achievements were much higher than his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the strength to fight for the position of chief disciple. Where's your brother? Qin Xiang asked. It's in the Azure Dragon School. His master had been good to him too, and had been left by him in the Azure Dragon School to recuperate. Azure Dragon School's current chief disciple is a very brutal person. Originally, my brother was about to admit defeat, but he didn't give my brother the chance to do so. Qin Xiang could guess what happened during the compet. 1. Tian, you rest for a few days first. I will go with you to the Flying Dragon City and prepare to start the Flying Dragon A.S. Association there. Yi Chong said. At that time, let's see if we can meet up with my brother. Flying Dragon A.S. Association? Qin Xiang had heard of it before, but at that time he was eavesdropping, so he did not dare to ask. It's the once-in-100 years grand meeting of the Flying Dragon Pag. Oda. At that time, the myriad Tao Divine Tablets formation will appear in the Wyvern Square in the middle of the Flying Dragon City. Those myriad Tao Divine Steel only appear once every 100 years, and the number of Tao Crystal that are required is extremely small. That plaza can hold tens of thousands of people to condense law beads at the same time. With my strength, can I go too? Qin Xiang never thought that there would be such a good thing. He felt that the Longhua Lion saying that the myriad Tao Divine Steel here required a few Tao Crystal ought to refer to the myriad Tao Divine Tablets formation that had appeared. But before that, I must definitely ACC you, emulate a few more Tao Crystal. Otherwise, when the time comes, I can obtain a placing, but there won't be many Tao Crystal that would go and condense their law beads. Yi Chong laughed. Your chance is relatively higher because you're a Tai Dao realm cultivator. Although there are 10 stages to the Tai Dao realm, because the condition of your Dao veins is different from that of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Your strength cannot be determined by just your cultivation alone. My heaven realm is not good. The difference of one level is like heaven and earth. Yi Chong said. At that time, I will just join in the fun to see if I have the chance to take revenge on that bee. A-S-T-A-R-D, how long until Flying Dragon A.S. Association starts? Qin Xiang asked. Although he had several 100 million Tao Crystal in his possession now, it was not much, and he was worried that it would not be enough. 1 more year. Yi Chong said. Time is tight. We will need more than a month to get to the Flying Dragon City. How could it be so far away? This allowed Qin Xiang to have a clearer understanding of the world inside the dragons, level 100. It was actually so vast and far from being as small as it looked from the outside. Qin Xiang rested for a few days before hurrying with Yi Chong to the Flying Dragon City, where there were no dragon beasts along the way. Yi Chong said that all of the dragon beasts on this floor had long been killed and had gone to another floor to hide. So in order to kill the dragon beast, one had to go to another floor. After more than a month, Qin Xiang and Yi Chong finally arrived at the Flying Dragon City. The Flying Dragon City didn't have city walls, but it was an extremely huge city, and there were over 100 million people present. Flying Dragon A.S. Association was organized by the people who came down from the 200th floor, and this was to ensure fairness. Qin Xiang had already been understood the specifics, so the details would be announced when they started. See 2737. See 2737 right now. Even if Qin Xiang was in a hurry to train his Rule Dao line, it would still be useless because he was extremely lacking Dao Crystal. If he went to directly buy them, it would be a loss, so he decided to try to see if he could get a placing in the Flying Dragon Ace Association. Brother, you should still be careful here. Although it is forbidden to fight in here, if you have power and influence, they will not have any consequences, even if you are beaten up. Instead, you will suffer great misfortune. After Yi Chong entered the city, he warned Qin Xiang. Doesn't this mean that it's more dangerous? Seeing that there were no city walls, Chen Xiang knew that this city was relatively loose. Yes, there is. However, as long as you are careful and do not provoke others, nothing will happen to you. Look, a lot of people are fine here. Yi Chong laughed. If Chen Xiang wanted to earn Dao crystal here, he would have to go sell it himself. At that time, it would be impossible for him to not offend others. All right, I have to go to work now. You can take a walk around here. The lodging and lodging outside is quite cheap. Yi Chong's men were very good. They took out a few thousand Dao crystal and gave them to Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang didn't accept it. It wasn't easy for Yi Chong to earn Dao crystal himself. He was too embarrassed. Said to take it. Yi Chong's work was also manual labor. He was responsible for escorting some people or going to other floors to hunt dragon beast. His cultivation was low, so he did not send Chen Xiang there. After separating with Yi Chong, Chen Xiang looked at the huge city and thought, as long as I don't enter the center of the city, I will not provoke anyone with authority. I just need to earn Dao crystal outside of the city. Chen Xiang felt that the Dao crystal in his hands right now was still not enough. He had to earn even more before the Flying Dragon Association begins. Only by doing this would he be able to get more law beads. Right now, I can only return to my original job. Chen Xiang knew how to refine pills, and selling good pills was his forte. He had been investigating the outside world for half a day and got to know the situation of the cultivators at the bottom level of the city. Although their cultivation were lower, they were still better than him by a little. Most of them were at least Tai Dao, realm level 5, with quite a few at the peak. The people here had a lot more Dao crystal than those in the Myriad Tao City. After all, the Flying Dragon Pag. It possessed a large amount of resources, especially the Dao crystal mine, which was incalculable. There shouldn't be any market for Gomai Dan, so Tianhun Gold Dan can be sold. After all, this is a place to cultivate spirit of the Dao Ji. DS. The Tai Dao realm is mainly used to cultivate the spirit of the Dao Ji. DS, there are a lot of them here. This was a good thing for Chen Xiang. The refining speed of his Tianhun Gold Dan was already very fast, and the Yu Yao Mountain Villa was also growing a large amount of medicinal ingredients to refine Tianhun Gold Dan. Previously, he had refined 30,000 Tianhun Gold Dan, but now he could sell them. Marketing was a problem, and he did not intend to make a shop to sell them himself. That would be more dangerous. It would be very easy for someone to destroy the shop, and it would also bring about a lot of trouble. He wanted to be like the Myriad Tao City, refining the pills and selling them at the shops, then letting the shops sell them at a higher price. That way, he wouldn't have to look after the shops and sell the pills by himself. And even if he angered the big shops, it would be easy for him to escape. It seems like I can't settle down outside the city. I have to go to a place closer to the center of the city where I can buy as many pills as I want. Chen Xiang looked at the pill shops outside. They were of a relatively small scale, and the larger ones would not be opened outside, but in the richer and more prosperous regions. After some investigation, Chen Xiang decided to go to the place further inside the former Flying Dragon City. After half a day, he arrived at the central region. The Flying Dragon City was divided into outer region, middle region, inner region, and center of Flying Dragon City. Amongst them, the center of Flying Dragon City was the peak place, with many of the bless and officials present in this region, while the inner region was the second tier. The central region was more balanced and belonged to the middle region, with the outer region being the poorest and weakest region. This central region is really different. When Chen Xiang arrived at the central region, the buildings here looked much more elegant than those in the outer region. The streets were clean and beautiful and were paved with SHI plus New York stone slabs. Chen Xiang asked around and found a pill shop that had a good reputation. Very quickly, he found a shop called Profound Wu Dan Pavilion. This was opened by the Profound Marital School and was the property of the GODB sect. Other than having a good reputation, It also had a certain level of skill. I wonder if this profound Wu Dan pavilion will do business with me. Chun Xiang arrived at the entrance of the profound Wu Dan pavilion. The profound Wu Dan pavilion was 10 stories tall and had a simple and unadorned stone tower. After entering, Chun Xiang saw many counters. All sorts of counters had a sign on them saying the role of the counter. Chun Xiang immediately saw the pill purchasing counter. It was also the coldest and most deserted. The person in charge of the counter was a young man who impatiently rested his chin on his hand and was fiddling with a brush. Are you here to purchase pills? Chun Xiang sat on a stool at the counter and asked softly. When the young man saw that there was a human, he immediately became spirited and smiled to Chun Xiang. Yes, yes, look at your goods. Chun Xiang sized up the young man. He had an extremely good appearance, one of the more handsome type, dressed in exquisite and luxurious clothing, different from the others at the counter. The most important thing was his cultivation was actually quite strong. It was from the heaven realm. This pill is called Tianhun Gold Dan. Do you know how much it is worth? Chun Xiang took out a Tianhun Gold Dan. Tianhun Gold Dan? I've never heard of it before. The young man took Chun Xiang's pellet, sniffed it, and carefully looked at it. Looks like it's not bad. It contains a dense amount of strong soul force, which should be used to strengthen the spirit of the Dao Jiao DS. How many of these do you have? I need to eat and see before I can ascertain the effects of this pill. Only then can I name a price. Of course, if you want me to value it, the price I offer is relatively low. If you give me a taste, then I can definitely give you a kind price. The youth said, Go ahead and eat. Chun Xiang laughed. I still have some more. After the young man ate it, he immediately felt the powerful effects of the Tianhun Gold Dan. His eyes immediately lit up, as he finally had a better understanding of the pill's effects. How many do you have? This kind of pill is a new breed, and is much better than the more popular soul-boosting pills, which are priced at 2,500 Dao crystal per pellet. The young man was suddenly very interested in this kind of pill. Then, how many can you buy from me? Chun Xiang asked, Do you have a lot on you? The young man looked around before asking in a low voice. Chun Xiang nodded slightly. Follow me. The young man immediately stood up and walked towards the stairs. Chun Xiang followed him to a secret meeting room on the 3rd floor. C 2738. C 2738. You should know the reputation of our profound Wu Dan pavilion, so you don't have to worry about I'll screw over you. The young man laughed, then poured some tea for Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang took a sip and asked, Brother, from your clothes, you don't look like an ordinary person. My name is Wu Profound, and I am a disciple of the Profound Marital School. My master is a successor disciple of the Profound Marital School, and can be considered to have a certain status within the Profound Marital School. Wu Profound said, Originally, I could have stayed in the inner region, but I could not stand the atmosphere there, so I decided to develop here in the central region. At least people here were all respectful to me. This Wu Profound was also the type of person who wanted to become rich, with a master who was a true disciple. It showed that his background was not bad. My name is Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang only told him his name. Brother Wu, can you give me a price now? To be honest, this type of pill is about twice as effective as the Ascending Soul pill. If it's sold in a shop, I think selling the 3,500 Dao crystal should not be a problem. If I were to buy it from you, 3,000 Dao crystal S for one pellet. This was something Chun Xiang was quite surprised about. When he was in the Myriad Tao City, he had only sold 2,000 Profound Pract. 1 Tioniers for one pellet. This Wu Profound would definitely sell it to Profound Wu Dan Pavilion at a higher price, and then the Profound Wu Dan Pavilion would also sell it to him at a higher price. This way, both Wu Profound and the shop could earn a lot. All right, 3,000 pills. Chun Xiang said, Then how many pills can you buy now? Wu Profound was shocked. He felt that he should be the one selling the pills for Chun Xiang, and Qin Xiang asking him how much he could eat meant that Qin Xiang had a lot of pills of this kind. How much do you have? Wu Profound didn't know why, but he started to become a little nervous. He felt that this person in front of him could make a huge profit out of this. 30,000 pills, can you eat it? Qin Xiang asked. Wu Profound was stunned. 30,000 pills, that was a huge trade for him. Yes. Wu Profound was startled for a moment, then immediately replied, Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Wu Profound did not have 9,000 myriad Tao crystals on hand, so he had to gather them. After all, he had a successor disciple master, so he had some reputation. Look at your Tianhun gold Dan. Wu Profound said somewhat excitedly, Here. Qin Xiang took out a large jade box that was filled with Tianhun gold Dan. Here are 3,000 pills. All right, here are the 9,000 myriad Tao crystals. Count them yourself. Wu Profound felt that Qin Xiang was trustworthy too, so he gave it to Qin Xiang first. Qin Xiang took it and counted it, then nodded his head in satisfaction and handed the other Tianhun gold Dan over to Wu Profound. I've been in the Profound Wu Dan Pavilion for more than a year, and I almost couldn't hold on any longer. After Wu Profound pointed it out, he was extremely excited as he sighed. How much are you planning to sell it to Profound Wu Dan Pavilion? Qin Xiang laughed. This. Speak, don't feel sorry for me. Qin Xiang spread his hands. 1,000. Wu Profound scratched his head. Don't scold me. Qin Xiang didn't think that Wu Profound would add so much. So you're saying that you've earned 30 million just by changing hands? That's pretty bad, Qin Xiang said. Now that the business has been completed, you have no regrets. Don't blame me. Wu Profound curled his lips. Right, you won't directly go to Profound Wu Dan Pavilion next time, right? Qin Xiang thought he felt that he could directly find the Profound Wu Dan Pavilion, but at that time he would expose himself. Brother Wu, how about this? I won't look for Profound Wu Dan Pavilion, only through you. However, you must guarantee that you won't reveal that I will not reveal the Tianhun gold Dan I refined, and I will let you earn 1,000 Dao crystal S worth of difference. When Qin Xiang was in Myriad Tao City, he was always on tenterhooks earning Dao crystal S, and he had had enough of this kind of crime. All right, let's sign a blood contract. How about it? In order to win over this money tree, Wu Profound was willing to put in a lot of effort. After Qin Xiang and he signed the blood contract, Wu Profound smiled and said, Brother Shin, after I S the task to Profound Wu Dan Pavilion, I will bring you to the Drunken Fragrance Inn. The beauties over there just arrived. With that, Wu Profound ran out of the hall and waited there speechlessly. When Wu Profound returned, his face was all smiles. He had earned 3,000 myriad Tao crystals with a flip of his hand, and he hadn't even expended much effort. Let's go, I'll treat you. Wu Profound laughed as he pulled Qin Xiang and walked out of the Profound Wu Dan Pavilion. Qin Xiang sat inside the horse carriage with him and asked softly, Is Drunken Fragrance Pavilion that kind of place? It's that kind of place. It's fine if you don't do that sort of thing. You just have to go and drink, eat something, and see some beauties. Wu Profound was also very quick-witted. He did not ask Qin Xiang how so many Tianhun gold Dan came from, nor did he ask Qin Xiang when they would deliver the goods to him. Since Qin Xiang told him to keep this a secret, he was naturally clear that Qin Xiang did not wish for others to know too much. Drunken Fragrance Tower was also known as the Wind Moon Country, but when Wu Profound brought Qin Xiang to the tallest floor, it was also the best place. Inside the private box, there was a beauty playing music and dancing while pouring wine, making it a good place to relax. Qin Xiang looked out of the window and saw a Yangtze River, which looked like a long dragon coiled around. There were many huge boats on the surface of the river. This is Flying Dragon River. It can connect directly to the center of Flying Dragon City. With our current financial resources, we should be able to survive in the center of Flying Dragon City. But going to that place is meaningless. Wu Profound said. Chen Xiang looked at the girls in the room and gave them a meaningful glance. Wu Profound immediately understood what Chen Xiang meant and told the girls to leave. Chen Xiang wanted to talk about something important with him. Please speak, Wu Profound immediately said. Wu Profound, how's your background strength? Chen Xiang asked. If you want to do bigger business, you should understand that you need to have a strong backer, right? That's true. After all, when doing big business, it is very easy to suppress others and it will affect the interests of other powers. At that time, conflicts will be inevitable. If there is a strong backer, you don't need to worry. Hearing Chen Xiang's question, Wu Profound guessed that Chen Xiang was going to do something even bigger. Then your backer? Chen Xiang asked in a low voice. My backer is very strong, so you don't need to worry about that. I slapped my chest and guarantee that if something happens, no matter what, I won't drag you into it. After all, I signed a contract with you, right? Wu Profound said very confidently. All right, let's do it. Chen Xiang and Wu Profound downed a bowl of soup and laughed. With the Flying Dragon AS Association near at hand, you must also want to get more Tao Crystal so that you can condense more law beads, right? Aren't you? Wu Profound laughed. As for me, although I have a backer, my backer only ensures my absolute safety and does not get bullied. However, I cannot provide a large amount of Tao Crystal without permission, so I can only rely on myself. Then do you dare to sell law beads, S? Chen Xiang asked. This was his true goal, to refine and sell law beads that would earn him more. C. 2739. C. 2739. Oh? I don't quite understand what you mean. Wu Profound thought about it, then shook his head. The law beads, S, could only be sold after they were formed. There were many shops here that were selling them, and the profound Wu Dan Pavilion himself was selling them, but there were not many of them. What kind of law beads is the best-selling law beads? Chen Xiang did not explain to Wu Profound, but asked a question. Fire rule beads can quickly break through to the Dao Ji, OD realm. Then there is the Thunder Law beads, which can give people a strong attack. Wu Profound said, these two are relatively easy to sell, and with a low price, the ones with the greatest demand are the Thunder Law beads. Because many people were relatively poor when they were at the Dao Ji, D realm, they could only afford to buy fire rule beads, and in order to enter the Tai Dao realm, they all first cultivated the Fire Dao veins, and after entering the Tai Dao realm, they would be strong enough and earn even more Dao crystal, and then they would be able to buy the Thunder Law beads. Chen Xiang nodded. How many Dao crystal pills? 300,000, one pellet. The price was relatively high because 100 pills were required to condense a lightning meridian, and that was 3,000 myriad Tao crystals. For Chen Xiang and Wu Profound, 3,000 myriad Tao crystals might not be a lot, but for the majority of people it was very difficult to earn and would take at least a few dozen years. Let's put it this way. After the Thunder Law beads is refined by me, it can hold 5 pills. Chen Xiang said, if you don't believe me, give me a Thunder Law beads and I will refine it for you. A novel. Why Bidu? Wu Profound was stunned, and then he took a deep breath. So you're saying that the Tianhun Gold Dan was created by you? Chen Xiang nodded. Incredible. This is an extremely high level. I had heard that powerful alchemists could do this before, but it would take some time. I never thought that I would meet one. Wu Profound calculated that if Chen Xiang could refine a Thunder Law beads, then the power of the ancient code inside would be 5 times that of what it was sold for on the market. Then the price would also be 5 times that, which would be 150 myriad Tao crystals. In other words, buying a Thunder Law beads would earn him more than 100 myriad Tao crystals. Then how many pills can you refine in a day? Wu Profound asked. He felt that it would take Chen Xiang a lot of time to refine those 30,000 Tianhun Gold Dan, but Chen Xiang had only refined them for a day. Chun Xiang could earn 9,000 myriad Tao crystals by refining his Tianhun gold dan in one day, which was more than enough. If he were to refine law beads S, he felt that if he used 10 levels, he would be able to refine 20 of them. According to the benefits of Thunder Law beads, he would only be able to earn 2,000 myriad Tao crystals. This was not a good deal, so he would not choose the Thunder Law beads. Refining 2 pellets a day is not a problem. Of course, I'm not talking about the Thunder Law beads. The other rules are also fine. Chun Xiang snickered. The other rules naturally included rare principle. No matter what kind of law beads Chun Xiang refined, the speed would be the same. So if he could refine more valuable laws, then he would earn even more. Wu Profound was so shocked that the bowl in his hands fell on the table. Can rare principle also do it? Wu Profound asked. That's fine too. Chun Xiang nodded and laughed. The law of SP, AC, the law of flight. All these are fine. Wu Profound was dumbstruck. The spatial law beads would sell for 300 million one pellet, and 5 would be 5 billion. He would still be able to earn a lot if he sold them for 400 million. He didn't need to sell all of them in one day. It would already be great if he could sell to a month. The key now was how he could sell it. Wu Profound finally understood why Chun Xiang was supporting him previously. If he was going to do such a business, it would be impossible for him to not have a strong backing. If I were to really refine it, do you think that this business would be able to be completed? Chun Xiang asked. For now, it's a little difficult. At that time, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. Wu Profound carefully thought about it, then shook his head. If I were a 3 profound realm, that would be more like it. Where's your master? Chun Xiang asked. Can you get him to help? I'm afraid that I will drag you out later. After all, to be able to refine the law beads so quickly, this kind of person will definitely attract attention. Wu Profound sighed helplessly. You don't want to attract attention, and yet want to sell this kind of pill. This is rather difficult. Just sell 2 a month. Chun Xiang said. He still did not tell Wu Profound that he could refine 30,000 Tianhun gold dan every day. If he were to give 30,000 pellets of Wu Profound every day, it would attract attention soon enough. After all, his refining skills were simply too heaven-defying. I have an idea, which is to sell it on the black market. Wu Profound said, but the price will be lower. If there is a flight rule beads with 5 times the power of the law, how many do you think can be sold for 1 Dao crystal on the black market? Chun Xiang asked. 1, 2 billion isn't a problem. Wu Profound thought for a while, then said, Are you sure you want to do this? Just sell one to me for 1 billion, and you'll be able to earn as much as you want. That's if you don't expose me. Chun Xiang said, I am sure I need to do it. If you think it is possible, I will go and buy the flight rule beads right now. Chun Xiang's Dao crystal could buy 2. If he refined them and sold them, he would have 2 billion. This was an incomparably huge temptation. Wu Profound felt that he could sell them at least 1 or 200 million on the black market. Selling 2 pills a month to earn 400 million felt like a dream to him. But now there was such an opportunity right in front of him. As a disciple of the Profound Marital School, he naturally knew what earning 400 million in a month represented. This was something that many experts of the 3 profound realm were unable to accomplish. All right, I'll do it. Wu Profound had already made up his mind. He had been humiliated in the Profound Marital School, and now there was a good chance for him to be proud and proud. Let's sign a contract that does not betray each other. Chun Xiang smiled and said, I have some concerns. I ask for your understanding. No problem. Wu Profound readily agreed. He was also worried that he would be tricked by Chun Xiang. Just like this, Chun Xiang and Wu Profound signed a blood contract, and then he gave Wu Profound 600 million Dao crystal and told him to buy 2 pellets. Flight rule beads were relatively easy to sell within the rare principle. If one could fly, it was much more convenient and could even protect one's life. Chun Xiang had already returned to the profound Wu Dan Pavilion with Wu Profound. Wu Profound was also staying there, as it was also a very safe place. I can refine it by dawn. You can have the law beads tomorrow morning. Chun Xiang entered a secret room. Wu Profound was excited and shocked. He felt that Chun Xiang was able to refine 2 of these in one night. His pill refining skills were heaven-defying. He was stronger than the old alchemistess inside the profound marital school. He and Chun Xiang had signed a secret blood contract with each other, so he couldn't speak carelessly about this kind of thing. While the sky was still dark, he went to the black market to ask around. C2740. C2740, when returned to profound Wu Dan Pavilion at daybreak. He had long refined those 2 law beads. He had only used 4 hours at most, which was an extremely easy task for him. When Wu Profound took the 2 law beads and held them in his hands, he could feel the strong power of the ancient code inside them. Previously, he didn't believe that there was 5 times the power of the ancient code inside, but now he was sure that what Chun Xiang said was true. I was in the black market last night, and I've asked around. This can sell for at least 1 billion Tao Crystal S, and some buyers even offered 2 billion. However, they have to see the goods first. Wu Profound couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the 2 law beads. This was something that was worth more than 2 billion Tao Crystal. He had never obtained such a precious thing before. I only want 2 billion. You can have the extra. Chun Xiang had already mentioned it to him before, and they even made a blood contract with each other. He wasn't worried that Wu Profound would run away with the law beads, although Wu Profound could obtain a lot, but he had a certain level of risk, because selling this kind of thing could easily attract attention. If he was not careful and got targeted, as for what the consequences would be, even he himself was not sure. In short, he felt that at most he would just run back into the profound marital school to hide. His master was still very strong. Just wait here for my good news. Wu Profound laughed mischievously, and then, wearing a human skin mask with a very high degree of imitation, he turned himself into a middle-aged man and left the profound Wu Dan Pavilion in a soft voice. Chun Xiang returned to the secret room and refined the Tianhun Gold Dan. I am only at the 3rd level of the Tai Dao realm now. My spirit of the Dao Ji. DS is not strong enough, and the Dao energy I release is limited. As long as I have a strong spirit of the Dao Ji, DS, I can continuously release that powerful, primitive Tao power. Chun Xiang's primitive Tao power needed a very strong spirit of the Dao Ji, DS to support it. If not, he would have to release ordinary Dao energy. Spirit of the Dao Ji, DS was the source of his current strength. Especially when using rare principle, he consumed even more energy. Furthermore, his 10-layered profound gates were all open. And if he did not have enough Dao energy, his open profound gates would only be wasted. Every time Chun Xiang finished refining a pellet of Tianhun Gold Dan that had gone through a collision process, he would come out to see if Wu Profound had returned. He waited until midnight before Wu Profound returned. How is it? I'm so worried. Seeing that Wu Profound had returned, Chun Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that Wu Profound would be killed and robbed. It's not too bad. You can count the 2 billion Dao crystal. Wu Profound chuckled. Chun Xiang took it and looked. There were indeed 2 billion Dao crystal inside. And in just a few days he had already made a profit of this much. How much did you sell? Chun Xiang nodded his head in satisfaction. 200 million and 30 million. Those guys on the black market all have very powerful backgrounds. They could easily sell for more than 5 billion. Wu Profound said. After those fellows used some tools to strengthen themselves, they confirmed that this law beads is equal to 5 times the normal amount. Chun Xiang laughed. We will wait until next month before we sell it. It is easy to attract attention if we sell it every day. It is not a good thing for us. I know. Wu Profound nodded his head. I will go rest first, and think about how to spend these Tao crystal. Although Wu Profound wasn't very tired, he had been very agitated these past 2 days. He needed to adjust his condition now. Chun Xiang returned to his room and continued refining his Tianhan Gold Dan. My current limit is only 5 times stronger than before. If I were to raise my strength, I would be able to use the crash method to make even more attacks. After Chun Xiang ate the Tianhan Gold Dan, while the Tianhan Gold Dan refined itself, he controlled the furnace to refine pills. Within a month's time, Chun Xiang had risen to the 6th level of Tai Dao realm. He felt that stepping into the heaven realm at the very beginning of Flying Dragon A.'s association wasn't a problem. In the meantime, he gave 600 million Dao crystal to Wu Profound and had Wu Profound buy them for him to refine. Because of the transaction from last time, it was very easy for Wu Profound to sell it to the seller in the black market. After eliminating the cost of buying the law beads, Chun Xiang earned another one. For billion Dao crystal, Wu Profound also earned quite a lot. At this time, he was inviting Chun Xiang to Drunken Fragrance and to relax. He had yet to figure out how to use those Dao crystal. Wu Profound do the DB sect of Flying Dragon Pag. To fight frequently? Chun Xiang was from the Divine Bee sect, so he knew more about these things than Yi Chong did before. There won't be any big battles, but small conflicts among some of the disciples are unavoidable. Small fights like this are quite common. Wu Profound said, "Forget about the contradictions that the sects have only seen. Even within the inner sect, there are countless of them. This is also the reason why I do not wish to stay in there." Wu Profound was a disciple of the Profound Marital School and had a successor disciple as his master. Chun Xiang, you can't be thinking of entering those sects, right? With your own abilities, there's no need to go back in. The only reason I joined the sect was to learn the divine arts and such. Wu Profound said, "Don't go in and look for trouble, it's not good." Wu Profound immediately shook his head. He had experienced it before, so he was using experienced people to advise Chun Xiang. He felt that someone like Chun Xiang, who could easily earn Dao Crystal, would not even need to enter those sections. "I'm just asking." Chun Xiang laughed. "I have met with this kind of place before, so from what you said, I am quite clear about it." Wu Profound said, "Chun Xiang, if I am to cultivate rare principle, can you help me refine some law beads? I will pay you back for your hard work." "Of course you can, but you can't secretly sell it behind my back." Chun Xiang said, "Definitely not. We can sign the contract." After Wu Profound finished speaking, he signed a blood contract with Chun Xiang. "Right. Is there anyone here who cultivates AC Dao vein?" When Chun Xiang was in the myriad Tao city before, he heard that very few people cultivated spatial Dao veins. Even if they managed to cultivate it, they would only be able to teleport a very short distance. It would require a very large amount of energy and would not be used at all, but the SPAC Dao channels would require a large number of Dao crystal S to be formed. Chun Xiang wanted to see if this was the case too. Right now, his heart was also at a loss, afraid that even after he cultivates a spatial Dao, it would not be of much use. Very little. There are almost none. How could someone possibly cultivate a useless spatial Dao meridian? Wu Profound shook his head. A long time ago, there was a guy who didn't believe in evil that went to cultivate. In the end, didn't he just cry himself to death? After painstakingly cultivating for so long, he came up with a new Dao meridian and thought that he could instantly travel through SPAC. Who would have imagined that he was only able to teleport 10 steps or so? But the cost is still enormous. Chun Xiang never thought that the Flying Dragon Pag would also be in such a situation. I probably won't do that because I have a spatial profound door. Furthermore, all of my dimensional profound doors are open, and the spirit of the Tao DS is created using the primitive Tao power. It can provide an extremely strong power that can trigger the spatial laws, so I should be able to teleport a bit further away. Just as Qin Xiang was deep in thought, the drunken fragrance suddenly shook, causing the object on the table to jump. What's going on? Someone fighting here? He had quite the guts. Hurry up and take a look. Wu Profound gloated while laughing. See 2741. See 2741 after Chun Xiang finished his meal. He curled his lips and followed Wu Profound downstairs. At this time, many people were the same. The commotion just now was so huge, startling many people. When he reached the first floor, Qin Xiang heard a loud noise. Little girl, how dare you cause trouble at our place? Just because of what you did just now, you can't even afford to spend 10,000 years to pay for it. A middle-aged woman said angrily. Her body was emitting an imposing manner and was not weak at all. Quickly hand my sister over, or I'll destroy this drunken fragrance right now. Qin Xiang heard a very familiar voice and looked outside the door to see that it was a woman wearing a mask, and it was actually Jiang Ximei. Why was Jiang Ximei here? Didn't Feng Ruxue say that she was brought to a mysterious place by the Grandma Jiang? The mysterious place was actually the Flying Dragon Pag. Oh duh. Qin Xiang didn't understand because Flying Dragon Pag only appeared after the compet. One, Tian, and it wasn't easy for Grandma Jiang to bring the two of them to the 100th floor. Your sister has been chosen by the young master of our drunken fragrance tower, and we have even offered you a price. Is 1,000 myriad Tao crystals not enough? If it wasn't for our young master being interested in your sister, would your sister be able to sell them for 1,000 myriad Tao crystals? Not even 1,000,000 people want it. The middle-aged woman said. Chun Xiang was really furious in his heart. Drunken Fragrance Pavilion was obviously trying to buy it by force, and it was even trying to buy someone, and the person who did so was Qin Xiang's good friend. Jiang Xijing, this kind of beautiful woman, was actually sold. First, last time, Qin Xiang was instantly infuriated. He wanted to go over and kill the middle-aged woman with a single slash. Wu Profound, is the young master of Drunken Fragrance Pavilion here too? Qin Xiang anxiously asked Wu Profound. As matters stood, the most important thing was to save Jiang Xijing. At the top, we were just eating at the top floor. What business do you have with him? Wu Profound said, Let's go, quickly. Qin Xiang said, The woman that guy bought is my friend. When Wu Profound heard it, without saying a word, he rushed to the top floor with Qin Xiang. This is the residence of that young master, Wu Profound said, and kicked the door open, since the people around him did not know that he was the one who did it. Qin Xiang immediately rushed in, released the Dao Hard Eye, and quickly saw Jiang Xijing, who was trapped in a secret room. She's here. Qin Xiang pointed to the secret room. Wu Profound took out a long sword, and with a few thrusts he destroyed the door of the secret room, and then kicked it open. When Qin Xiang saw Jiang Xijing's face was filled with fear. When she first saw Qin Xiang, she thought that she had seen wrongly, and when she confirmed that it was Qin Xiang's qi, she immediately pounced on him. Elder brother Shin. Jiang Xijing began to cry. She had been through a lot these past few days. That guy didn't do anything to you, did he? Qin Xiang patted her back and asked gently. No, I threatened him with death. He did not dare to do anything to me. Jiang Xijing hugged Qin Xiang tightly. Rest well. Your sister is still down there. I'll go down now. Qin Xiang placed Jiang Xijing inside the Yao Mountain Villa. Jiang Xijing was very familiar with the Yao Mountain Villa. She had stayed inside for a period of time and liked the environment inside. Qin Xiang, hurry up and go down. That lady might not be able to hold off the people from Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, said. No matter what, he would help Qin Xiang. With Qin Xiang's power, he had earned almost 1 billion Dao crystal if he was willing to pay 100 million. A lot of people would rush to help him shovel the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion away. Chun Xiang immediately went downstairs and fought with the middle-aged woman. The first floor of Drunken Fragrance Pavilion was already in a mess. Chun Xiang observed carefully and discovered that there were a lot of experts in Drunken Fragrance Inn. All of them were from the Heaven Realm. What surprised him was that Jiang Ximei was also from the Heaven Realm and was using an extremely berserk law of death and the Dragon Law to suppress the middle-aged woman. Impressive, this girl should be in the early stage of Heaven Realm, and the Drunken Fragrance Madam is in the middle stage of the Divine Sky Realm. To actually be suppressed, this is unreasonable. Miss Mask's rules are rare principle. 300 million Dragon Law rule beads per pellet. Seems like she has cultivated the Tao of Dragon Meridian. This requires 30 billion Tao crystal. The Drunken Fragrance Madam has kicked a metal board this time. Is what you said true? Don't scare me. To be able to cultivate a Dragon Meridian worth 30 billion while being at the early Heavenly G. Oh, D-stage, this is... What is the background of this girl? Wu Profound could guess a little. He felt that Chun Xiang must have helped him, because Chun Xiang could refine law beads. Thinking about it now, he also felt excited because it wouldn't be long before he could cultivate rare principle, so no matter what, he had to build a good relations. I plus P with Chun Xiang. Young master, quickly save me. Drunken Fragrance, old Procuress, suddenly shouted, and a young man rushed in from outside. Tao of Dragon Meridians. When the young master, Drunken Fragrance, sensed the violent primal dragon Qi, his heart was shocked. However, he still made his move. After all, someone was causing trouble for him. Seeing this, Wu Profound jumped over with the sword in his hand and slashed towards the throat of the old Procuress, chopping her head off. Wu Profound, you're crazy! Seeing that, the young master was enraged, and then he rushed towards Wu Profound. You're the crazy one, S. And, seeing my daughter, I just can't bear to see you do it. Wu Profound sneered. Wu Profound was rather famous here. Usually he wouldn't have to pay the bill when he came to Drunken Fragrance Inn, because the owner of Drunken Fragrance Inn had given him a free ticket, and because his master was a successor disciple. He was someone worth fawning over. Chun Xiang immediately sent a sound transmission to Jiang Ximei. Mimi, it's me. Xijing has already been saved by me. You don't have to worry. Wu Profound let Chun Xiang go first and reunited with him at Profound Wu Dan Pavilion. Chun Xiang had already went outside the door, and Jiang Ximei had also followed him out. The fight inside the intoxicated inn was extremely heated. Chun Xiang did not have the strength to continue watching, and furthermore, Jiang Xijing was already safe. He believed that Wu Profound would definitely give the young master a painful lesson. Jiang Ximei was very shocked. He never thought that Chun Xiang would actually come to this place. Outside, Jiang Ximei took out a pearl and shook it in front of Chun Xiang. Is this a justice law beads? I'm fine. Chun Xiang could not help but laugh, but he was secretly surprised. This was because Jiang Ximei actually had a righteous law beads, which meant that she knew about the affairs of the myriad Tao Mausoleum S. Chun Xiang brought Jiang Ximei to stroll around the streets, shaking off a few people who were following them. Then they arrived at the Profound Wu Dan Pavilion. Why do you have such a righteous law beads? Chun Xiang frowned. He had Jiang Xijing come out of Yao Mountain Villa. The moment Jiang Xijing came out, she hugged her big sister and didn't cry anymore. She had already been saved, and they had even met Chun Xiang. Grandma gave us. This is a long story. Jiang Ximei sighed. It could be seen that when she was taken away by the Grandma Jiang, she had many stories. When Grandma went to look for Shui Yunxiong, she suddenly met an old acquaintance. This old acquaintance is Grandma's junior brother, and is also one of the 3 heroes of Myriad Tao. However, while Grandma and this old acquaintance was chatting, he suddenly attacked Grandma. Fortunately, Grandma has a very powerful protective divine artifact on her body, which prevented her from getting injured. Later on, she also guessed a few things. She knew that Shui Yunxiong had been possessed by the evil soul, and when you went to look for him again, She believed that you would definitely suffer, so she lied and said that she would bring us to look for someone. At that time, she was also worried that Ru Xue had been carried by the evil soul, so she didn't tell Ru Xue. C. 2742. C. 2740. Tu Qin Xiang nodded after hearing what Jiang Ximei had said. In that situation, it was understandable for Grandma Jiang to be worried that he would be carried away by the evil soul and then return to harm the Meijing sisters. After she left the city, she found an old friend. Her old friend used the ancient transmission array. He used up a lot of Dao crystal and teleported us here. Only when Grandma came here did she tell us what had happened. Jiang Xijing patted Qin Xiang's head as if he was a child. How could I be all right? Qin Xiang pinched her face and laughed. What about Ruoxue? Jiang Ximei asked, how is she? After spending a while with Feng Ruoxue, Jiang Ximei had already become his close friend. Back then, when Grandma Jiang said that Feng Ruoxue might be tricked, she was very sad as well. She's fine. And I almost fell for it. After that, Chen Xiang told the Meijing sisters what happened to him. The two sisters had been here for a while now. After coming here, Grandma Jiang had thought of ways to raise their cultivation to the early stage of the divine sky realm, then abandon them here to do something important by himself. Your grandma is really mysterious, Qin Xiang sighed. To think that you would know someone who can teleport you all here. It would be very difficult for me to come here. She also used a lot of Dao crystal, Jiang Xijing said. In fact, all the old guys at the Seven Great Villa know the way to come here. They will come soon, but they aren't the strongest here, and their tricks can easily be seen through. They can't do anything about it. Jiang Ximei said, will those evil souls be seen through? The 7 great villas that they belong to all correspond to the 7 divine sects here. Qin Xiang said, they should be seen through. However, if they want to enter the 7G, DB sects, they must first hand over a certain number of Dao crystal. It's not that easy to get in. Jiang Ximei said, right, who was that man with you? Jiang Xijing asked curiously. His name is Wu Profound. It's my partner here. Qin Xiang said with a smile. Then he told them about his cooperation with Wu Profound in a simple manner. In the past, Jiang Ximei and Qin Xiang had cooperated, but since they had come here, Jiang Ximei's strength was limited, so he was unable to help Qin Xiang. It was all thanks to the Dragon Law Rule beads that Qin Xiang gave her that she was able to suppress the middle stage of the Heaven Realm this year, allowing her to cultivate and gain an extremely strong power. Talk to Wu Profound and ask him if I can do something in the shop. I'm also an alchemist, so refining some pills shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Ximei said, of course you can. How about this? I still have some medicinal herbs. You two sisters can work together. Qin Xiang said, if you need rare principal pearls, come and find me. Jiang Ximei did not want to rely too much on Qin Xiang, since she already had the Dragon Path meridians. Her need for Dao Crystal S was not much, but she wanted to find something to do. When Wu Profound returned, looking at his smiling face, he knew that had handled the matter well. What did you do to that guy? Qin Xiang laughed. After a fierce beating, even if he doesn't die, he'll still be crippled. If his father hadn't come to plead for mercy, I would have been even more ruthless. Wu Profound said, that old procuress was not that lucky. Back then, she was the one who kidnapped this lady, right? Jiang Xijing was not as strong as her elder sister, and she was also a relatively simple type of person. So it wasn't strange that she was tricked and taken away. Well, they're bad. Jiang Xijing nodded. The old procuress has been killed, and it was the owner of Drunken Fragrance and who did it. Wu Profound said, is this result satisfactory for the young lady? It's enough. I can't thank you enough. Jiang Ximei cupped his fists towards Wu Profound. Xijing is fine now. You're welcome. You're Qin Xiang's friends. Wu Profound laughed. He felt that the relations H.I. plus P between Qin Xiang and the twins was definitely not ordinary. Wu Profound, I have something to tell you. Just a moment ago, Jiang Ximei said that he wanted to stay and do things. When Qin Xiang mentioned it, he patted his chest and agreed. Previously, when he bought 30,000 Tianhan gold Dan S from Qin Xiang, he received a lot of attention from the Profound Wu Dan Pavilion. When Wu Profound first came to the Central Region, he felt that it was easier to mix with the Profound Wu Dan Pavilion as there since their compet. 1. Tiveness wasn't very high. As expected, it was as he had expected. Qin Xiang had already decided that before the Flying Dragon AS Association started, he would cultivate and break through spatial channels. He had already found out some details about the Flying Dragon AS Association and thought that they might have to fight to the death. There were so many people in the Flying Dragon Pag. Das 100 floors. Yet so few managed to get a placing, so the compet. 1. Tie-in would definitely be huge. Just like this, Qin Xiang continued to refine Tianhan Gold Dan S to increase his cultivation, and then he would refine 2 every month for Wu Profound to sell. During this period of time, Wu Profound had also taken a few pieces of the black tortoise law beads for him to refine. The Xuanwu law beads was activated by the Xuanwu divine beast, and after cultivating, it would possess the power of Xuanwu, which was mainly suitable for the disciples of Profound Marital School. These were also the 300 million Dao Crystal S. In merely 5 months, Qin Xiang had already gathered 20 spatial law beads. He had told Wu Profound to buy all of these. In these 5 months, he had also reached the 10th level of the Tai Dao realm and was only a hair away from entering it. And entering the heaven realm was relatively difficult. Even with the help of pills, it was difficult. There was no discount if he was buying law beads here. Qin Xiang had bought 6 billion Dao crystal here. If it was in Myriad Tao City, he would have been able to buy it with less than 2 billion. However, Jiang Ximei had told him that the Grandma Jiang had said that after this Myriad Tao's divine steel was tormented, its lifespan would decrease and would quickly disappear. At that time, the people of the Myriad Tao City would think of ways to come here. I can finally start refining. I can refine 20 law beads in a day. I wonder what will happen if I manage to open a new meridian. Qin Xiang was looking forward to see that if he could teleport here, he would be able to do a lot of things and at the same time be safer. He had previously asked Wu Profound before, but many of the rankers here didn't cultivate in spatial laws, so they were definitely unable to teleport or even CLS, PAC. Even if his opponents were strong in the future, he was confident in killing them. Of course, this was on the premise that he could use the power of SPAC as he had expected. After a few days, he successfully cultivated the spatial Dao vein. He secretly tested the strength of the primitive Tao power in the secret room and released the primitive Tao power from the spirit of the Dao Go Des. Then he sent it through the spatial Dao vein to the spatial profound door, urging the power of SPAC. Teleport. Qin Xiang immediately teleported from one end of the secret room to the other. It's a success. Qin Xiang was incomparably excited. After being in the divine wasteland for so long, he had finally teleported once more. It had been a long time since he was this excited. Although it was a success, Qin Xiang found a lot of problems. The energy of SPAC is indeed consumed much more. Fortunately, I can teleport, and I'm not too far away. I can teleport at least 3,000 meters away. Qin Xiang was already very satisfied with the distance. As long as he could teleport thousands of meters in an instant, he could enter and leave many places. Even if he met with danger, he could quickly escape. After that, he used the teleportation technique to retrieve objects and other spatial techniques, allowing him to freely use them. Looks like I need to cultivate a new Dao Meridian. This will allow me to use the power of SPAC here like a fish in water. Because Qin Xiang had the foundation of a spatial profound door. After he had cultivated a spatial Dao vein, he was different from many people here. From the very beginning, people in the divine wasteland would not be able to use the power of S-P-A-C, so no one would cultivate in a spatial, profound door. And Chun Xiang was previously training in the natural law divine realm, so he laid down such a foundation. See 2743. See 2743. After cultivating the spatial Tao vein, Qin Xiang finally felt a bit of safety, and now he dared to work even more boldly. I have to go out and try. After Chun Xiang came out of seclusion, he went to find Wu Profound and asked him how he was going to get to the 101st floor. You want to go to the upper level? Why are you going there? Wu Profound asked. I just want to take a look. Could it be that that floor is very dangerous? Qin Xiang heard that there weren't any dragon beast on this level, which was why he wanted to go to the upper level. As for the 99 floors below, they were filled with meteorites. I am certain of the danger. If you go with your current cultivation level, it will be a bit inappropriate. Why don't I touch you? I am at the late stage of the heaven realm anyway. Wu Profound laughed. Qin Xiang already knew that Wu Profound was at the late stage of the divine sky realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the young master of Drunken Fragrance Pavilion so easily. No need, I'll go myself. Don't forget that I'm an alchemist. Qin Xiang laughed mischievously. Wu Profound immediately remembered that since Chun Xiang could refine law beads, he must definitely cultivate in a rare and powerful rule Tao line. I'm just worried that you might get hurt. Since you think that's okay, then go and take a look. Wu Profound nodded. Oh, right, Wu Profound. Do you know the disciples of Azure Dragon School? I heard that they are very powerful. Qin Xiang asked. When he came here, he immediately knew Yi Chong. Yi Chong's brother was injured by that disciple. When was in Flying Dragon A Association, he said that he wanted to fight to the death with that disciple. So Qin Xiang felt that he had to help Yi Chong. After all, Yi Chong was a decent, honest person. Hearing Chun Xiang talk about the disciples of the Azure Dragon School, Wu Profound's face slightly changed. This fellow is very powerful, very terrifying. All of the sects are extremely surprised that he is able to become their disciple, because the reputation of the Azure Dragon School is not bad, but the current disciple is a sinister and ruthless person. Wu Profound shook his head. Disciple here means that in the future he will take over the entire sect, and there's a very high possibility for him to become a leader. If such a person were to become the leader, it would be an extremely terrifying matter. Isn't he at the late stage of the heaven realm? You are also at the late stage of the heaven realm, so your strength should be comparable to him, but you seem to be very afraid of him. Qin Xiang said, since they were both at the late stage of the heaven realm, the difference between them shouldn't be too big. Wu Profound shook his head. Other than needing to comprehend, heaven realm still needs law beads to cultivate. The difference between the initial, middle, and late stages of heaven realm is really because of the 3 profound divine junctures. 3 profound divine junctures. Chun Xiang had heard that the heaven realm mainly required one to open 3 profound entrances. As long as he could open one, he would be able to enter the heaven realm. The heaven realm opens up the 3 profound divine junctures, and after it comes the 3 profound realm. The main thing is to cultivate the 3 profound divine junctures, and the 3 profound realm also consumes a lot of law beads. Wu Profound saw that Qin Xiang had a face full of doubt and said, Let me tell you something then. I really don't know what's going on with you. Even though your pill forging is incredible, you don't know a thing about cultivation. You are now at the 10th level of the Tai Dao realm and have already cultivated the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS to the maximum. And the next thing to do is to strengthen the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS, and unearth the power of the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS, allowing the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS, to release even more Dao energy in one breath. This way, when we use Dao energy, we can instantly use more Dao energy, and our power will also become stronger. How much stronger? Qin Xiang asked. Right now, he also felt that the bottleneck they had to face was not enough primitive Tao Power S, even though he could transform into an even stronger profound door based on the ancient code and rule Tao line. However, spirit of the Tao Ji, DS was, after all, the source of every power. Under normal circuit, stance is the difference between the 10th stage of the Tai Tao realm and the initial stage of the heaven realm would be 10 times, and the difference between the early and middle stage of the heaven realm would be 10 times, while the difference between the middle and late stage is still 10 times. Hearing that, Qin Xiang's face changed slightly. Doesn't that mean that there's 1,000 times difference in strength between you and me now? Of course not. I was talking about the usual case. If the Gate of Wonders is really big, or if there is a strong and rare rule Tao line, the difference between you and I can be shortened to 100 times. Qin Xiang curled his lips. So that means you're much, much, much stronger than me. Wu Profound laughed. That's right, although my strength is thousands of times stronger than you, my ability is far inferior to yours. I work for you every day. I am your subordinate. How do I open the 3 profound divine junctures? Qin Xiang asked. So you're saying, this will depend on luck and perception. Wu Profound sighed. There are some who can't break through to the late stage of heaven realm even after they reach the early stage of cultivation very quickly. This is fate. There are 3 divine entrances within the spirit of the Tao Ji, DS, which are known as the 3 profound divine junctures. When I opened one of the profound entrances, the amount of Tao energy that surged out of the spirit of the Tao Ji, DS, was more than 10 times that of before. Qin Xiang understood quite a bit and said, after clearing 3 profound DS, you should be able to reach the late stage of the heaven realm. Don't you think that there are no pills that can help you to open the 3 profound divine junctures? No, I've never heard of any miraculous medicine that could help me. But at this stage, eating law beads can help me understand the key to clearing 3 profound divine junctures, and every person's situation is different. I also ate a lot of law beads to succeed. Wu Profound said, furthermore, you have to eat those that are very expensive and the help will be great. Since you can refine law beads, it shouldn't be a problem. Wu Profound felt that Qin Xiang would only be able to break through sooner or later. After all, he knew how to refine pills, and he could earn a lot of Tao crystal. Will I be able to break through? I'm very worried about getting stuck in this heaven realm. Qin Xiang laughed bitterly. Well, it's hard to say. The son of the leader from the White Tiger sect was stuck here for too many years, laughed at by others for so many years, then committed suicide. The White Tiger leader expended a lot of resources, but in the end, none of them succeeded. Don't scare me. Qin Xiang pretended to be terrified. I really am not trying to scare you. To tell you the truth, one of my big brother was like this, watching as the people beside him continuously broke through heaven realm, and he kept on walking until he finally had to leave his family. It was really too hard to endure in that kind of environment. Using law beads can help me comprehend. If I don't understand the way to open profound then law beads will just be wasting their time. Qin Xiang couldn't understand this point. If the law beads is fused with the spirit of the Tao Ji, DS, it can strengthen the spirit of the Tao Ji, DS, and make it stronger. This can forcefully extract more Tao energy when you really need it, and can increase your strength by quite a bit. Wu Profound said, when you're training, I'll understand for myself. Qin Xiang had a fairly good understanding of the heaven realm now, so he decided to wait for him to personally go and cultivate for a while. He would leave the profound Wu Dan Pavilion and head towards the 101st floor. See 2744. See 2744. There was not much time until the Flying Dragon Association began. Qin Xiang calculated that there were still 4 to 5 months left, and felt that it would be beneficial for him to acquire even more strength. After flying for 2 days, Qin Xiang arrived at the end of the stairs. At this time, there were also people who had entered the upper level, but they were all people from the heaven realm. The reason why Chen Xiang was hiding at the upper level was mainly to test how much he could use the spatial power. He intended to coordinate with the spatial power and then fight with the powerful dragon beast, in order to quickly familiarize himself with the battle experience of the spatial power that he was currently controlling. Because the spatial laws that he controlled were different from before, the speed and consumption of his teleportation was vastly different from when he was in natural law divine realm. In order to familiarize himself with the current power of the SPAC laws, he had to practice it several times in actual combat. Only then would he be able to use the power of the SPAC laws more proficiently. Arriving at the upper level, Chen Xiang memorized the location where he was going down and then flew towards a certain direction, towards the desolate mountains and plains. He was going to look for the dragon beastess to fight with. There were too many people on the 100th floor, so the living quarters of the dragon beast were all occupied. As a result, in order to search for the dragon beast, one could only search for it on the higher or lower floor. There were also lower floors, but it would take them a long time to find anything. Chen Xiang came up from below, so he knew about it. The reason why he chose to go to the higher floors was because he wanted to fight the stronger dragon beast, and the lower level dragon beast were weaker, so they could not activate his transformation ability. Chen Xiang flew into a forest, and the trees inside were all tall and ancient trees, which weren't too dense. This kind of place was very suitable for living in Dragon Beast, and such a terrain was relatively common in Flying Dragon Peg. Oda, there aren't many Dragon Beast in the 101st level. After all, leaning on the 100th level makes it easier for humans to come here. This way, the Dragon Beast would be killed and run away. Chen Xiang thought as he flew above the forest. After entering the forest, he suddenly discovered that there were Dragon Beast's footprints on the ground. It's a big guy. Chen Xiang was overjoyed. From the footprints, he could tell that it was a dragon beast with huge sharp claws. This kind of footprint is usually of the ape type. Being able to find a dragon and tiger should have good luck. Chen Xiang had thought of purchasing the dragon beast's corpse before, and then extracting the dragon's strength from it to refine it into a dragon law rule beads. It was just that previously, when his cultivation was too high, the refining process would be much slower. He felt that if he could break through to the heaven realm and use Dragon Beastess to refine Dragon Law Rule beads, the speed would be much faster. He could earn 600 million after refining it. He felt that if he used the Dragon Beast corpse to refine a Dragon Law Rule beads, it might only require 100 million or even less Tao crystal to refine one pill, and he could earn an extra 200 to 300 million. The Dragon Tiger isn't bad either. Its strength is one of the stronger Dragon Beastess. I'll try my best sneak attack first. Chen Xiang followed the footprints on the ground and quietly flew through the forest. Dragon Tiger was currently eating a dragon pig. It was extremely ODY, and Dragon Beast killing each other was a very common sight. It's a dragon and tiger with golden armor. I heard that the strength of this kind of dragon and tiger is usually at the middle stage of the heaven realm. I wonder if I can succeed in ambush. Plussing them. Chen Xiang held his breath, and upon maintaining a certain distance from the dragon tiger, he immediately teleported over. At the same time, he released his heavenly magic sword and fiercely swung it down. Chen Xiang hurriedly put away the corpse of the dragon tiger and half of the dragon boar into the chuangs. D for an SS, was ecstatic to be able to kill this dragon and tiger in an instant. He used all his strength to teleport away and left that place. The distance is about 3,000 feet. That's not bad. Although the consumption is high, it can still be within the acceptable range. Chen Xiang had already used the limit of teleportation just now. He then used the SPAC wind to travel with the wind. Although his speed was not as fast as the speed in natural law divine realm, it was still many times faster than flying here. The consumption is great. It seems I have to use it carefully. Chen Xiang didn't expect that just a few moments would cause him to float along with the wind for more than 10 m, which was much faster than teleportation. In the next few days, he killed dozens of dragon beasts. Some of the later stage Heaven Realms dragon beasts were all killed by his sneak attack. There are also Heaven Realm S among those evil soul S. If I use this method to launch a sneak attack, I will definitely succeed. Chen Xiang did not want others to know that he had such a high level of spatial energy. This was because, although the people here could cultivate the spatial Tao, they were unable to control the spatial laws. The strongest person in the evil soul should be the 6G DS stage. The 6G DS stage is above the 3 profound realm. I am not a match for him right now, so I must stay far away from him. Although Chen Xiang was only at the 10th level of the ancient Tao, he had an incomparably sharp, heavenly magic sword. At the same time, he had cultivated 3 types of rare Tao veins, namely the spatial Tao vein, the flight Tao vein, and the dragon Tao vein, which were worth 30 billion. This was an increase in strength. Of course, if he could not use the heavenly magic sword and the spatial Tao vein, his strength would also be greatly reduced. Usually, he would not use these during formal matches. It's time to go back. Chen Xiang reaped quite a lot from this trip, allowing him to regain the feeling of controlling the power of the spatial laws back then. In order to reduce his energy consumption, he only flew. He did not use teleportation or SPAC wind. After flying for several hours, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Isn't this Big Brother E? Chen Xiang had secretly watched Yi Chong fight with his master before, and he had memorized Yi Chong's aura at that time. At the moment, he was flying in the air. He did not hear the sounds of battle, but he could feel Yi Chong's qi, which meant that Yi Chong was engaged in an intense battle. He immediately followed Yi Chong's qi and flew over, only to see a few tens of people watching the battle from afar. The battlefield was quite far away from them because the aftermath of a battle of this level was very strong. Who are these people? Chen Xiang saw that the people watching the battle were all young men and women wearing luxurious clothing. They were not ordinary people, and all of them had extremely sharp auras and were all extremely powerful people. There are many in the middle and late stages of Heaven Realm. Chen Xiang exclaimed in his heart. Could it be that the disciples of the famous sects are gathered here? But why is Brother E here? Boom! A thunder-like sound echoed out. Chen Xiang looked in the direction of the voice. From that direction, a person was flying horizontally towards him. That person let out a sorrowful and angry roar, and was then struck down by someone who suddenly appeared above him. Brother E has been beaten down. The person who attacked him was very fast and had an extremely strong jumping ability. He instantly jumped above Brother E and knocked him to the ground. Chen Xiang saw that person. He was dressed in green with a dragon pattern on it. This was obviously the attire of the Azure Dragon School. See 2745. See 2745 after confirming it was Yi Chong. Chen Xiang immediately teleported over, and at the same time revealed his true form. After grabbing onto the ground, he heavily injured Yi Chong, jumped up and left the place. The instant he left his original spot, a streak of cyan lightning struck down from the skies. The body of the youth who had attacked Yi Chong earlier swiftly shot downwards, his feet stepping on the ground. Boom! The young man landed on the ground, but did not step on Yi Chong. The berserk thunder power erupted, blasting a huge pit there. The moment Chen Xiang appeared, everyone noticed him. The young man who was falling from the sky was also very surprised, but he was too late. He had already attacked, so he wasted his last powerful attack. Right now, Chen Xiang was being surrounded by a group of people, and when they saw Chen Xiang appearing, they immediately rushed over to surround him. Big Brother E, are you all right? Chen Xiang looked at Yi Chong, who was covered in blood, and shouted lightly, ignoring the people who surrounded him. Brother, why did you save me? I am truly sorry. Yi Chong looked at Chen Xiang, who had a low cultivation level and was surrounded by the strong youths, and felt grief and indignation in his heart. He felt that he would definitely kill Qin Xiang. Big brother, he also helped me in the past. You thought highly of me when you took me to Flying Dragon City, so I treated you as a friend and a brother. Qin Xiang smiled at Yicheng. Equals 1 equals Ben equals read equals fiction equals bro. Yicheng shouted in grief, You will die. I have long been prepared to die. Qin profound. This brother of mine doesn't have any grudges with you. Let him go. Humph, he saved you. I don't want to kill this nuisance, but I want to teach him a lesson. This man was short and handsome, but his face was full of viciousness and ruthlessness. Qin Xiang had thought that the youth who was fighting with Yicheng was the head disciple of the Azure Dragon School, but he never expected that it wasn't him. The young man who spoke just now was the one. Qin Xiang also noticed that there were more dragons embroidered on Qin Profound's green clothes, which made him look a lot more domineering. Fan Qing, quickly kill this fellow. You actually want to sneak attack me. By the way, don't let him die too comfortably. Qin Profound said coldly and ruthlessly. His sinister gaze carried a kind of antic. 1. P-ation. It seemed that he really liked it when people watched him die. With me here, don't even think of touching a single hair on my big brother's head. Qin Xiang said coldly, looking at Fan Qing, who was about to fight, the young man who was fighting with Yicheng just now. When the others heard Qin Xiang's words, they could not help but be shocked. Everyone here could tell that Qin Xiang was only at the 10th layer of Tai Dao. Ordinary Heaven Realm people would be able to sense the aura of the profound Ji, D on other people, so they were very sure that Qin Xiang had not stepped into the Heaven Realm. For someone with a cultivation at the 10th level of the Tai Dao realm to appear at this level was already rather unexpected, but now he even had to protect Yicheng. Bro. Yicheng felt very upset. He had originally wanted to fight Qin Profound with his life on the line, but he hadn't thought that it would implicate Qin Xiang. All right then, you go first. Something like you. I want to see just how capable you are in preserving this trash. Qin Profound sneered and gave Fan Qing a signal with his eyes. When Qin Xiang suddenly appeared just now, many people were shocked, because they did not notice him. Wait, Qin Xiang roared. My big brother has lost to you. If I defeat you, can you let us leave? Qin Xiang could use teleportation to leave very smoothly, but he had another plan. With just you? A young man in the crowd asked in disdain. That's right. Qin Xiang looked at Fan Qing. He felt that this Fan Qing should only be at the early stage of the Heaven Realm. The spirit chi he had when fighting Yicheng was similar to Jiang Simei's. Ha! He began to laugh loudly. Although Fan Qing is Qin Profound's disciple, he is still at the early stage of the Heaven Realm. Furthermore, he has a rare set of rules. Even though Yicheng is in the middle stage of the Heaven Realm, he still can't beat Yicheng. Since this Fan Qing can defeat people in the middle stage, then why can't I defeat people in the early stage of the Heaven Realm with the strength of 10 levels of the Ether Realm? Qin Xiang replied with a question. Can we fight? We'll only know if we fight or not. Don't jump to a conclusion. I've seen a lot of guys like you who like to fart with their mouths. That's why I'm curious. Are you using your mouth to fart? You even use your mouth when you're SHI+ting? You. I will tear you apart. The man was instantly enraged. The berserk chi around his body erupted, bringing about a gust of wind. The strong killing intent enveloped Qin Xiang, but he stood there straight, his expression calm, as though he was not at all scared. This level of calmness actually caused many people to praise in their hearts. In this sort of situation, many people at the 10th level of the Tai Dao realm would kneel down in fear of that murderous intent. It seems that you have some ability. If you lose, both of you will die miserably. Qin Profound said, I'll wait until your fight wins. If I win, I can bring Big Brother E away, right? Qin Xiang said, If you win, that won't be a problem. Qin Profound laughed sinisterly. Don't believe his bulls. H.I. plus T. Yi Chong shouted. Big brother, you rest first. I'll definitely beat him. Qin Xiang smiled mysteriously at Yi Chong. Qin Profound was extremely interested in Qin Xiang, because there was no aura around the place when Qin Xiang suddenly appeared, which made him a little fearful. After all, Qin Xiang was only at the 10th stage of the Tai Dao realm, but even he himself did not know how Qin Xiang suddenly appeared here, nor did he save Yi Chong. Qin Xiang supported Yi Chong to the side, and after rubbing his fists, he asked, "Can I use weapons?" Fan Qing immediately replied, "Do as you wish. Even if you use 10 weapons, it's useless. Your weapons are like tree branches in my eyes." Qin Xiang took out his heavenly magic sword. "That's right, I'll kill you truthfully. What should I do?" Qin Xiang asked again. "Don't even think about stupid things. You can't even kill me in your dreams." Hearing that, Fan Qing frowned. Qin Xiang actually wanted to kill him. "Begin." Qin Profound was getting impatient and shouted loudly. With a shout, Fan Qing immediately attacked, transforming into a ray of cyan-colored lightning, and struck horizontally towards Qin Xiang. Qin Profound's voice still reverberated, and the Fan Qing that had turned into a cyan lightning had already penetrated Qin Xiang's body. Fan Qing Pa-S said through Qin Xiang's body, turned his head, and saw that there was only a hole on his abdomen, but there was no blood at all. Furthermore, his body did not explode, which meant that there was a big problem. Earlier, everyone thought that Qin Xiang was a little lucky, that he would be able to hold on for a period of time. However, they didn't expect that he would actually be able to kill her with just one move. Just as everyone was thinking about that, Qin Xiang suddenly appeared behind Fan Qing. With a flash of his sword, a red line suddenly appeared on Fan Qing's neck. Just as everyone saw the red lines on Fan Qing's neck, Fan Qing's chest had 10 more holes in it. When Qin Xiang cut Fan Qing's head off, he had also thrusted dozens of times into Fan Qing's body, his speed reaching his limit. C. 2746. C. 2746 Fan Qing, who was full of confidence just a moment ago, had his head smashed into the ground now and his body turned into a hornet's nest. Everyone present, especially Qin Profound, were all dumbstruck by Qin Xiang's previous attack. This was because Qin Xiang was only at the 10th stage of the Tai Dao realm, yet he was already so formidable upon entering. Qin Profound immediately lies Qin Xiang's fighting technique. He was certain that Qin Xiang did not disappear just now because he was moving too quickly, and had even used some secret technique to make himself invisible so that he could hide his presence. That was why Fan Qing did not sense him. Furthermore, Qin Xiang also used another secret method, which made himself look like he had been defeated. He released an illusion to confuse Fan Qing, allowing him to be careless. And this was all done instantly by Qin Xiang. In one breath, it was so smooth, it required a lot of fighting experience. I won. Qin Xiang helped the surprised Yi Chong up and walked towards the lower level. Don't even think about leaving. Qin Profound bellowed, his entire body briming with killing intent. The rest of the people also surrounded him. Some of them were from the Azure Dragon School, and the others were probably Qin Profound's friends. All of them were in the early stage or even the late stage of the Heaven Realm. On what basis? Didn't you just say that you only need to beat him? Qin Xiang asked. It's not bad that you won against him, but you killed him too. He's my disciple. You killed my disciple. Do you think you can leave? 3W. Ibdu. Qin Profound clenched his fists tightly. His disciple was killed right in front of his eyes. What kind of shame was this? Hey, your disciple also wanted to kill me just now. If he wasn't that ruthless, I would have shown mercy. Qin Xiang snorted. If you are killed by my disciple, your friend can also kill me. I have no objections. Qin Profound had already walked over and shouted at the same time. Everyone surround him. This guy has a strange secret technique. Don't let him run away. just as Qin Profound finished speaking. Qin Xiang and the injured Yi Chong suddenly disappeared. They're still nearby. I can feel their auras. Qin Profound immediately faced a direction and struck with his palm, striking out a huge, angry black dragon. The black dragon flew away, leaving behind a gully in the ground. It crashed into a small mountain in the distance, blowing it away. Qin Xiang was already invisible as he flew up with Yi Chong. Just now, he was running on the ground purposely to attract Qin Profound's attention. And with that, after Qin Profound attacked, he would release a burst of qi that would disrupt the atmosphere. This way, no matter how much qi Qin Xiang released, it would not be discovered so easily. He ran away. Where did this guy come from? Qin Profound's face turned sinister. The veins popping up were black, and he looked very frightening. No one beside him dared to speak, as they had already been scared stiff by his violent and angry aura. Yi Chong had already fainted, but when he saw Qin Xiang kill Fan Qing, he knew that Qin Xiang's strength was not weak, so he was a lot more at ease. Qin Xiang put Yi Chong inside the Yu Yao mountain villa. He did not leave Qin Profound's side. These guys, they actually want to kill me. Qin Xiang was not afraid of them right now. It was a common thing for various sects and schools to clash with each other in private, especially in this kind of place. If they were to return to the city, they wouldn't dare to do so. Let's split up and search. It would be best if we could send 3 people in a row. He must still be here. He must have consumed a lot of his secret arts to use invisibility, so he won't use it often. We can sense his aura just by concentrating. Qin Profound shouted. Qin Xiang had teleported back to that place just now and heard what Qin Profound said. This Qin Profound is indeed very strong. When he was angry, his qi was extremely violent. Even if he ambushed me, it would be difficult. Maybe he would even injure me heavily. If I had the strength of a middle-stage heaven realm, it wouldn't be a problem for me. Qin Xiang was unwilling, but for safety's sake, he could only give up the idea of killing Qin Profound and turn his attention to the others. These fellows are together with Qin Profound, and they can endure his temper. They must be colluding with Qin Profound and are all the same kind of people as him. So there's no need for me to be lenient. If I didn't run away just now, they would have definitely surrounded me and killed me. Qin Xiang would never hold back against an enemy that wanted to kill him. Right now, he was secretly following the 5 disciples of the Azure Dragon School. For hours later, these 5 people had entered a forest. Qin Xiang also planned to make his move inside. Inside Yu Yao Mountain Villa, Yi Chong's voice suddenly came out. What is this place? This is my divine sense sea world. Big brother Yi, rest well. Qin Xiang immediately replied. Bro, you're really amazing. You actually killed Fan Qing. This guy is so strong. Yi Chong sincerely admired Qin Xiang. Nothing. Oh right, why are you here? Qin Xiang asked. Big brother Yi, are you here to kill Qin Profound? Does he know where he is? Yes. I heard that he brought his own team here to hunt Dragon Beast, and then head on the road to ambush him. I never thought that his team would be so strong and have so many people. I can't even defeat one of them. Yi Chong was extremely ashamed. Big brother Yi, you should go rest for now. I'll be back on the 100th floor soon. Qin Xiang said. He had already taken out his heavenly magic sword. He sucked in a small breath of air and used teleportation to hack off the heads of the 3 Azure Dragon School disciples closest to him. After the other 2 disciples realized this, they were about to attack, but Qin Xiang had already arrived behind them and killed them all. Is it at the early stage of Heaven Realm? Qin Xiang disposed of their corpses, then left the forest and returned to the 100th floor. On the way back, he met more than 10 people with Qin Profound, all of whom were killed by him cooperating with spatial teleportation. After returning to the 100th floor, Qin Xiang immediately returned to the Flying Dragon City. He gave Yi Chong some Dao Crystal S to hide in, and told Yi Chong that he would help him kill Qin Profound sooner or later. Yi Chong was extremely grateful to Qin Xiang. He did not accept Qin Xiang's Tao crystal and also promised Qin Xiang that he would not be so reckless in the future. When Qin Xiang returned to the profound Wu Dan pavilion, he thought back to when he killed those people at the early stage of the Heaven Realm. I have to enter the Heaven Realm. Next time I meet Qin Profound, I must kill him. Qin Xiang greeted Wu Profound and then entered the secret room to cultivate 3 profound divine junctures. How do I gain enlightenment? Qin Xiang was confused by this because the process of comprehension was different for everyone. Sometimes it would suddenly happen and it would be hard to describe it in words. See 2747. See 2747. Qin Xiang closed up for more than 10 days, but he did not make any progress at all. He had no choice but to let Wu Profound buy Dragon Beast S worth 100 million. He wanted to try using the Dragon Laurel beads and see if he could gain insights into the 3 profound divine junctures if he ate it. Wu Profound did not know why Qin Xiang wanted so many corpses of the Dragon Beast, but he did not ask. Qin Xiang still had 3 billion Tao Crystal S, which was a lot in the eyes of many. However, Qin Xiang felt that it was very little because he wanted to cultivate Heavenly Alchemy Tao line. He had asked Wu Profound before, but there was actually a Heavenly Alchemy Tao line here. But there was something here from the beginning which made Qin Xiang feel that the rules were very ancient as well. However, Heavenly Alchemy Rule Beads S were extremely expensive, and in Wu Profound's eyes, they were supreme powers of the ancient code. He didn't even know what use the ancient code had. Wu Profound did not know whether or not he had trained in the laws of heaven, but although many sects knew that there existed such laws, when the myriad Tao Divine Steel appeared, they had never used a Tao crystal to condense them, because condensing a single Heavenly Alchemy Rule beads already required a price of over 4 billion. Wu Profound had heard that if one bought one, it would require at least 5 billion Tao Crystal S. Under normal circumstances, 100 law beads would be required to cultivate it, but 100 would be required to buy one. Read. Fiction requires 500 billion Tao crystal. So even though Qin Xiang had 3 billion now, he felt that it was far from enough, even though he only needed 20 law beads S. We can only look at Flying Dragon A. S. Association. Qin Xiang planned to cultivate in seclusion for another half a month. If he was unable to open one of the profound DS gates, he would temporarily give up. This was because he wanted to earn more Tao crystal. After he obtained the Flying Dragon AS Association's quota, he would be able to use the least amount of Tao crystal to condense even more rare law beads. 100 million Dragon Beast corpses can allow me to condense 2 Dragon Law Rule beads. Qin Xiang did not expect to receive such a huge harvest. Although the Law Beads S here were much more expensive than the Myriad Tao City S, the corpses of the Dragon Beast S here were very cheap, and the corpses here contained even more dragon energy. 2 Dragon Law Rule Beads S is 600 million, but I only used 100 million. If I refine them again, these 2 Dragon Laurel beads can be sold on the black market. At that time, they will definitely sell for 200 million. Thinking about it, Qin Xiang felt joy in his heart. It was just that the refining process was a little more complicated than before. It would require at least an entire day to be completed. However, it would save them a lot of costs, and it would still be more worthwhile. At least they would need to let those powers earn so many Tao crystal. The next thing he wanted to do was to make the 2 law beads for himself to eat. He wanted to see if he could figure out a way to open the 3 profound divine junctures. He ate one of them. It was worth 1 billion, and it made his heart ache, but he had no choice. It was all for the sake of allowing him to quickly break through to the heaven realm. After eating it, he immediately fused the power of the law that the law beads refined into the spirit of the Daoji, Otis. He did not know what uses it had, and that was what Wu Profound told him. He focused his mind and refined the power of law into the spirit of the Daoji, ODS. The 10th level of the Dao Dan realm is only a matter of cultivating the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS, to the mature state, but it is not at the peak of strength. I feel that there is still room for display. At this time, Chun Xiang could feel that the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS, was becoming stronger. Although the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS, was strong, it was still the same as before. The amount of primitive Tao power extracted from it was the same as before, with the same intensity. It did not increase by much. Very quickly, more than 10 days had said. Chun Xiang did not gain anything, but he had slowed down to refine the law beads bit by bit. Looks like my time isn't up yet. Chun Xiang took out another dragon laurel beads. He was considering to eat it, and continued to try to open the 3 profound divine junctures. Eat another one. Chun Xiang had decided that if he did not succeed, he would stop for a period of time to earn Dao Crystal S. Before he ate, he gave Wu Profound another 200 million Dao Crystal S and told him to purchase the corpse of the dragon beast. For the time being, he did not tell Wu Profound the uses of the dragon beast. Wu Profound had told Chun Xiang before, the majority of flying dragon pag. They were filled with dragon beast S and Dao crystal as if they were endless. After so many years, the resources inside did not decrease, but instead became richer and richer, which was also the reason why many rankers did not want to leave the flying dragon pag. After Chun Xiang ate the second pellet of dragon laurel beads, he did not have much hope. Even if he failed, he would not lose the law beads, because the law beads could continue to strengthen his spirit of the Dao Ji, DS. While Chun Xiang was cultivating, more than 10 days had said unknowingly. Even now, he had not made any progress, and just when he was feeling a little disappointed, he suddenly felt the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS, moving. The spirit of the Dao Ji, DS, was like a golden ball of light floating in the sky within his divine sense sea. It emitted a piercing light, just like the scorching sun at noon, and was still revolving nonstop. At this time, his spirit of the Dao Ji, DS, was violently swaying. What's going on? Don't tell me that I have to open a profound Ji, D barrier? Chun Xiang also did not ask Wu Profound what would happen when he made the call. He immediately focused his mind and looked inside the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS. The inside of the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS, was in chaos, as though it was a golden ocean that was constantly churning. As the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS, shook nonstop, the light it emitted became even more intense. What is this? White pearls. Chun Xiang saw a white pearl inside the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS. It was not big in size, the remaining C was just big enough to fit 2 of these pearls inside. Could this be the profound Ji, SS? Chun Xiang saw that the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS, had stabilized, and then tried to circulate it. In that instant, he suddenly felt that the primitive Tao power he extracted from the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS, was more than 10 times stronger than before. I've broken through. Chun Xiang couldn't believe it. He thought he would need at least a few years, because Wu Profound had previously said that it would be extremely difficult. But now he had only eaten 2 law beads that he had refined himself, and had successfully broken through. Seems like stepping into the heaven realm will not be difficult. Chun Xiang walked out of the secret room happily. Chun Xiang, the corpse of the dragon beast that you wanted here. When Wu Profound saw Chun Xiang coming out, he immediately said 2 storage bag over. I can't hold it in anymore. I really want to know what you're doing this for. The thing that makes a fortune. Chun Xiang laughed. How many Dao crystal pills? I mean, after the refinement, the pill would be 5 times better than the original. 6 times. When Wu Profound heard it, he was stunned, and he took a deep breath. Dragon laurel beads are slightly more expensive than other rare principle. They need 350 million. If it's a large quant, 1 Tai, then it's actually 300 million Dao crystal S. C. 2748. C. 2748, based on Wu Profound's familiarity with the black market, he calculated and had a count. 6 times that would be around 9 billion. Wu Profound said, "Oh right, your dragon law rule beads are going to be extracted from these dragon beast." Chun Xiang smiled and nodded. "That's right." Wu Profound's heart jumped and asked, "Then how many dragon beast can refine one pill?" With regards to Chun Xiang's ability to refine pills, Wu Profound already had a certain level of understanding and was able to calm down. 100 million dragon beast can refine 2 ordinary law beads, and then I can refine some from this foundation. Hee. It can be sold for 9 billion. Chun Xiang laughed. Wu Profound almost lost his balance. To be able to earn this much in one breath, it was truly great, and it did not even take much effort. Wu Profound and Chun Xiang had a contract, so Chun Xiang was not worried that he would reveal it. Just like before, you can continue to take out 1 billion. The remaining 5 billion will go to me. Chun Xiang said, "No problem. Just running errands is enough to earn so much. I still feel somewhat guilty, so I'm very satisfied with this number." Wu Profound wiped his sweat and laughed. "That's not right. You have a certain risk. If you don't make it, you might lose your life." Chun Xiang said very seriously, "Especially after we sell the dragon law roll beads. This will definitely attract more people's attention." You can rest assured that the man has already signed a contract with me. He won't leak it, and he's got a very strong background, and he's on the black market after all. Wu Profound laughed lowly. "That person is also from our Profound marital school. His strength is not weak either. He'd gained something from the sale." Chun Xiang nodded. "Right. How has Mei Jing's sisters and the rest been?" Fortunately, Thinking Beautiful knows how to refine Tianhun Gold Danes is very popular with the pavilion masters of Profound Wu Dan Pavilion. They treat the 2 sisters as distinguished guests. Wu Profound said, "That's good. Right? How long until the Flying Dragon Association begins?" Chun Xiang asked. "I need to hurry up and earn more Dao Crystal. When the time comes, I'll go in and get more cheap law beads." Wu Profound also thought the same. During this period of time, he did not purchase any rare principal beads, and instead kept the Dao Crystal to display its abilities in the Flying Dragon Association. The precise time is after 3 months. "Don't worry. When the time comes, I will go with you, and you won't miss it." Wu Profound patted Chun Xiang's shoulder. "Wu Profound, we have been selling a lot during this period of time. Is that convenient?" Chun Xiang asked again. Previously, he only popped out 2 pellets every month, but Chun Xiang felt that it was slower. "You go refine first. I'll go ask the buyer. If he thinks there's no problem, then there's no problem." Wu Profound laughed. "That guy is probably collecting Dao Crystal S to join Flying Dragon Association." After saying goodbye to Wu Profound, Chun Xiang entered the secret room. During these 3 months, he would be refining a few more law beads. Now that he had stepped into the heaven realm, Chun Xiang's refining speed had increased by a lot, and he could even go up a level when using the crash method. In just 2 days, he had refined 4 dragon law rule beads that were 6 times stronger than normal law beads. After exiting the secret room, Chun Xiang went to find Wu Profound in a hurry. "Success? Let me see." Wu Profound was very excited to see Chun Xiang. "Here." Chun Xiang Pa S said for law beads S to Wu Profound. 4 pills this. It's only been 2 days. Wu Profound received it and took a look. He discovered that there was an extremely strong power of the Dragon Way within it, and he confirmed that it was 5 times stronger than that. "How much can we sell?" Chun Xiang asked. 10 pills a month isn't a problem." Wu Profound said, "Amen, this is 1.5 billion Dao Crystal. It's best to be careful around people who buy Dragon Beast." Chun Xiang was a little worried if too much was sold. He was worried that it would arouse the suspicions of the powerhouses. We'll all be careful." Wu Profound solemnly nodded his head, then proceeded to the transaction. After Chen Xiang changed his appearance and left the profound Wu Dan pavilion, he had to rest for 2 days and stroll around casually. Qin Profound and the others suffered such a huge loss this time. I wonder if this news will spread out. Chun Xiang asked around on the street, but he did not find any news about them. This place is the central region after all, and there are quite a few people here. Why haven't there been any news about it? Could it be that Qin Profound was worried that it would be too embarrassing and kept it a secret? Chun Xiang thought to himself. He wandered around until night and did not hear anything about Fan Qing being killed. At night he returned to the profound Wu Dan pavilion, and Wu Profound returned as well. Wu Profound was now a rich person as well, and because of his extensive network he bought the dragon beast quickly. In just a single day he bought the corpse of the dragon beast, which was worth 500 million. 4 pills, 6 billion for you. Wu Profound smiled brilliantly. He had also earned one. 6 billion today. Wu Profound, when we were at Flying Dragon A.S. Association, do you think we would meet the head disciple of Azure Dragon School, Qin Profound? Chen Xiang asked. He felt that Wu Profound must know about Qin Profound's situation. Well, you won't meet him, but I will definitely meet him. I'm at the late stage of the Heaven Realm, in the same group as him. Wu Profound laughed bitterly. At that time, what I need the most is to protect him well. I do not need to worry about anything else. He is at the late stage of the Heaven Realm, and I am only afraid of him. So powerful! Chun Xiang was secretly glad that he did not ambush Qin Profound the last time. He is quite amazing. I heard that all 9 of his mysterious doors are open. 10. Wu Profound laughed, but this guy also tumbled over. My own disciple was killed by someone, and that person was even killed in front of him. Even if I don't know who this person is, I'm still inquiring about him. Also, more than 10 people in the squad he is leading have died unnecessarily. Qin Profound has never suffered such a heavy loss before. Wu Profound, the one who killed his disciple, is me, Chun Xiang said. Wu Profound was stunned. He naturally did not believe Chen Xiang subconsciously, but when he thought about how powerful Chen Xiang's pill refining was, how he definitely had to use a large number of medicinal pellets to make himself very strong. Furthermore, Chen Xiang had even earned a large number of Dao Crystal, so he did not doubt Chen Xiang's words anymore. Will there be any serious consequences? Chen Xiang looked at the dazed Wu Profound and asked, Can you tell me what's going on? I don't know what's going on. Wu Profound was even more curious. Chen Xiang told Wu Profound about saving his life. In order to save his friend, he did not hesitate to offend Qin Profound and even killed Qin Profound's disciple. It's going to be more serious if it's someone else's disciple, then it's fine, but Qin Profound's disciple. Because of Qin Profound, the Azure Dragon School will definitely value him a lot. But at that time, even if they are in the Flying Dragon A Association, they will not dare to do anything, so it will be hard to say for sure in the future. Wu Profound said, So you must be careful and not let them find out that you're here. See 2749. See 2749. Now that Wu Profound knew that Chen Xiang was the one who killed him, he would help Chen Xiang keep an eye on Qin Profound's movements and the Azure Dragon School's attitude towards him. Chen Xiang knew that Qin Profound was very strong, but he was not afraid now because he had already stepped into the Heaven Realm. Although it was only the early stages, he had already opened all of his profound veins and was able to increase his strength by a lot compared to cultivators of the same level. Furthermore, he still had sword spirits in his heavenly magic sword, as well as powerful supporting divine tools like 6 Realms Mirrors and Emperor Seal, which could produce tremendous power. When Chen Xiang saved Yi Chong, he had gone through a simple disguise, so even if Qin Profound saw him again, he would not be able to recognize him. He had also understood from Wu Profound that although Qin Profound had created a portrait, it did not resemble him at all. Concentrate and prepare to partic. 1P 8 in Flying Dragon A Association. At this time, Qin Xiang was trying his best to refine dragon laurel beads. He still had 3 months' time, so he wanted to gather as many Tao crystal as possible. 3 months was an extremely short period of time for Qin Xiang. Because of the limitations of the time, he could only sell 10 of those dragon laurel beads every month, which meant 30 of them in 3 months. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for Qin Xiang to obtain around 50 billion Tao crystal S. With what he had earned in the past 3 months, added to the previous ones, Qin Xiang now had 50 billion Tao crystal. The Flying Dragon City is incredible. 50 billion doesn't seem like much to this place, lamented. At this time he was sitting in Wu Profound's carriage, and Wu Profound was bringing him to the center of Flying Dragon City. 50 billion is indeed nothing to the Flying Dragon City. Every day, there are hundreds of millions of Tao crystal, but in the Flying Dragon City, one person only needs 3 months to earn more than 40 billion. I think there should not be more than 10 people like that. Wu Profound looked at Qin Xiang with a face filled with admiration, because Qin Xiang was one of them. Wu Profound, have you been to the center of Flying Dragon City before? How is it inside? I've been to the Flying Dragon City for so long, but I haven't even been to the inner district. Qin Xiang said, there were already many rich people in the inner regions of the Flying Dragon City, let alone the center of Flying Dragon City. Qin Xiang only knew a little about it, but he didn't know much about it. Wu Profound laughed and said, of course I have. Although the people inside are all rich and powerful, all of them are from famous families, and the people inside are more profligate and more powerful. Most of them are young disciples. But compared to you, they are far weaker. They only know how to spend. They don't know how to change. Even though they are very rich in the eyes of many, but to make them take out 1,800 million Tao crystal S in one go would probably be very difficult. Wu Profound, you are so rich now. Qin Xiang snickered. Isn't that still taking advantage of you? Wu Profound felt that his cooperation with Qin Xiang was very happy. Just running errands was enough for him to earn this much Tao crystal S, which was more than 10 billion. In such a short period of time, he had already reaped such a great harvest. Previously, he couldn't even dream of such a thing, but now he was truly born in his body. Qin Xiang, actually, we do not need to worry about offending people anymore. We have so many Tao crystal, we can use them to hire some strong pract. 1. Tioniers to protect us. Of course, no one knows about us right now, so there won't be any trouble. Wu Profound said. Seems like he was very confident about the black market. After the carriage drove to the side of a river in the inner district, Qin Xiang followed Wu Profound out of the carriage and boarded a huge boat. Can't the carriage go in directly? Qin Xiang asked. Of course you can. It's just that you can view the scenery along the way by boat. And it would be more comfortable to take a boat. Wu Profound said. Of course. I have to pay a lot of Tao crystal. Although Qin Xiang had more Tao crystal than him, he could not possibly let Qin Xiang out this tiny bit of Tao crystal. There were still about 10 days until the start of Flying Dragon A Association. This SHI plus P speed was extremely fast and also very stable, so Qin Xiang was currently looking at the scenery along the coast from the window in his room. It was indeed quite good. Why did it slow down? Just now, Qin Xiang could still feel that the giant SHI plus P was flying, but it had slowed down in a short amount of time and was approaching the SHI. Qin Xiang, it's me. Wu Profound knocked on the door, his voice anxious. What is it? Come in quickly. Qin Xiang immediately replied, Are we at center of Flying Dragon City? After Wu Profound entered, he said anxiously, No, this is still the inner region. The SHI plus P is now docked, and another group of people are to board the HI plus P. I heard from the captain just now that a group of disciples from famous sects will be coming up later. Qin Profound is also among them. What? Why is he here? Chun Xiang was very surprised. There was an auction in the inner section just now, and all these guys were gathered here. I never would have thought that I wouldn't ride on this HI plus P if I had known they would come up. Wu Profound said with some self-blame. It's all right, that fellow didn't recognize me. Oh right, I've changed my ident. 1. Tie to being your follower. Although you didn't say it yourself, I can guess that you have a very prestigious background. It shouldn't be a problem for you to have a follower by your side, right? Chun Xiang laughed. Wu Profound was startled for a moment, then said, Do as I say, don't scare me. It's just an act. They won't suspect that your follower killed Fan Qing. Chun Xiang spread out his hands and laughed. All right then. When the time comes, I will say that you are the son of an old subordinate of my grandfather and will temporarily be my follower. Wu Profound thought about it and felt that this was also good because when the time came, he would inevitably meet many disciples from famous sections. Qin Profound came. Chun Xiang looked through the window and saw Qin Profound and a large group of people walking over. The experts of the 7 divine beast sects have arrived. The pressure is quite great. Wu Profound sighed. Hopefully I will be able to get a placing this time. I have prepared quite a few Dao crystal. If I can get a spot, I can quickly cultivate even rarer Dao veins. Chun Xiang said, You should know them. There is no need to go out and welcome them. Wu Profound nodded his head. I do know them, but they're relations. HI plus P is very ordinary. Some of them are my enemies, and when I meet them, they will always ridicule me a few times. In the past, I did feel inferior in front of them, which resulted in me always being in the central region and not going to the inner region or even center of Flying Dragon City. Haha. Even though Wu Profound had earned this much Dao crystal, he was still filled with confidence. They must know I'm here. Later, they'll hold some kind of dinner and invite me. Wu Profound said, I'll bring you there then, and see if Qin Profound can recognize you or not. All right. Chun Xiang suddenly looked forward to the banquet. See, 2750. See, 2750 at night. Wu Profound came to find Chun Xiang and bring him into a very luxurious hall. Now, Chun Xiang knew that many disciples of famous sects would like to board this HI plus P. Wu Profound was dressed extravagantly and had a heroic air about him. A smile hung on his face, making him look like a very confident person. Chun Xiang was dressed simply and followed behind Wu Profound. As soon as he entered the spacious and luxurious hall, Chun Xiang could feel the hostility from Qin Profound. Qin Profound was also one who didn't know how to restrain himself, especially in this kind of place where all sorts of heroes fought, and he raised his aura to the limit. Yo, look who's here! This is the son of the former leader, the former disciple of Profound Marital School's eldest disciple Wu Profound, Young En. Oh, Bli Wu! A handsome man with a long shawl on his back suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with ridicule. Chun Xiang did not know that Wu Profound actually had such a title. His father was actually the former Profound Marital School and was even her eldest disciple. Hey, don't forget, Wu Profound's mother is also the former great elder of the Profound Marital School, and master is also the former very high elder. Isn't that so? The elders in the family are all important figures, and my uncles are all once elders of the Profound Marital School. Cough. Now, Chun Xiang understood why there were so many connections with Wu Profound. Originally, the entire clan used to dominate the Profound Marital School, but now that things had declined, they should have been overthrown by another power within the Profound Marital School. I say, your mouths still need to be slapped. It's a pity that I can't beat you, or else I would have already slapped you fiercely a few times. Wu Profound laughed at himself. Little brother hasn't even fallen to this stage. Stop making fun of me. This is something that happened many years ago. You are all famous youths in the sect now. What meaning do you have in mocking a person with such a difficult life like me? It's rare for you to have such self-awareness. It seems that your family's fall in profound marital school has allowed you to grow up a lot. The beautiful man said with a smile. His clothes were engraved with the design of the Vermilion Bird sect. Chun Xiang looked at the youngsters inside. They were all outstanding disciples from the 7 great sects of the divine beast, and their clothes had patterns of divine beasts engraved on them. After his careful observation, he found that the disciples of the 7 great divine beast sect were all present. This was because there were as many divine beast images on their clothes as there were on Qin Profound's. Wu Profound was from Profound Marital School, but he wasn't wearing Profound Marital School's clothes, so was Profound Marital School's current disciple. Wu Profound, are you here to partake? 1. P. 8 in the Flying Dragon Association as well. A beautiful woman wearing a red dress walked over. Her long skirt had the picture of a Qilin on it, and it was even 10 Qilins. This was a seating disciple. The disciple of the Qilin sect was actually a woman. It's just joining in the fun. I don't expect to get a spot. Wu Profound picked up a cup of wine and said, Ren Lingyi, you've become a disciple. Let me toast you. When I became your disciple, you did not even give me any face when you did not come. How could a cup of wine from you be enough? 1 vat. Ren Lingyi laughed coquettishly and took out a large wine jar. Chun Xiang was shocked when he saw the large, but that was half the height of a human. If it was normal wine, it would have been fine, but the wine inside looked like lava, and when it emitted a strong smell of alcohol, it also gave off a scorching heat wave. The fire Qilin dream that was brewed with the fire Qilin blood is red. This time it's going to kill me. Wu Profound was immediately drenched in sweat. It did not look like he was pretending. Ha! Wu Profound, you cowardly! Let me tell you, if I don't kill you with this wine, at most I can just let you lie in bed for a year or so. A tall and dy handsome young man said with a smile. His clothes had the design of an idol, and it should be part of the celestial phenomenon sect. Drink it. Drink, drink. The group of people jeered blindly. They were all here to watch the show, and there were even a few disciples who ridiculed Wu Profound. Wu Profound finished the cup of wine in his hand, then laughed. I drank it. Honestly speaking, your jar is too expensive. It's at least worth $1 billion. I'm not willing to drink it. Ren Lingyi giggled with a mocking expression on her face. Do you really think I would give you a drink? Even Qin Profound doesn't dare to drink it all in one go. This is a Tao crystal worth $1.5 billion. It is my Qilin sect's congratulatory gift to Flying Dragon City Lord. Wu Profound frowned and said, Originally, I did not want to drink it, but after being provoked by you, I do want to try it. Even if I have to lie in bed for 10 years, I will drink the gift that your Qilin door was prepared to give me. Oh, are you sure you're going to break after 10 years of lying in bed? Ren Lingyi laughed tenderly and looked towards Qin Profound, who was not far away. Qin Profound originally planned to do the same, but he just drank a bowl and was unable to hold on any longer. He gave me 100 million Tao crystal. Wu Profound was a little surprised. I still need to give you the Tao crystal if I can't drink it. Of course, this fires. H.I. plus any dream red is very useful. It contains the Qilin law and Tao energy, and the blood can also strengthen one's body. It will greatly overrun the body of a fire refiner. A bowl of 100 million isn't an exaggeration. One of them said, If you are not strong enough and drink too much at once, you will be crippled even if you don't die. Wu Profound looked at Chun Xiang and said, Can you drink it? Chun Xiang wanted to try it, but he did not expect Wu Profound to actually ask him. Who is he? Look at his clothes. Is he your follower? But aren't you being too stingy? Your follower is dressed so poorly. A man dressed in phoenix robes said. This was a disciple of Phoenix sect. He's not my follower. He's the grandson of a friend of my grandfather. Don't look at him, he's an extremely amazing alchemist. Alchemist is something that you should all know about, since you all spend all your time hiding in your rooms. So naturally you do not pay much attention to what you are wearing. Wu Profound laughed. Chun Xiang was startled. He had previously agreed to it with Wu Profound and said that he was a follower. Why did it change now? Alchemist, huh? He looks pretty young, and it's indeed rare. I just don't know how good his pill concocting skills are. In general, young alchemists like him only knows how to use their skin. The disciples of the Phoenix Seat looked at Chen Xiang with disdain. I don't have much skill in pill forging, but I can still drink that much. Among the pill techniques that my master Pa-S set onto me, there is a method to use the body as the furnace. Although this vat is powerful, I can refine it using my own body as the pill furnace. Chun Xiang said, You must be bragging. How is it that I've never heard of such an incredible pill cultivating technique? There are a lot of things you've never heard of. Wu Profound patted Chun Xiang's shoulders and said, Brother, let's just forget about it. This is a gift that the Qilin Master's elder had given to others. Although she has brought it out to show off, it is still a very precious thing. See 2751. See 2751 Renlingi was a woman who liked to show off, so no one here could stand even a small cup of that kind of wine, let alone a large bowl. Only Qin Profound could drink a big bowl of that. So Chen Xiang's words were nonsense in the ears of others, because they had all drank Fire Qi Lin Dream's red wine before. However, Wu Profound believed in Qin Xiang. Now he would believe anything Qin Xiang said, because Chen Xiang made him earn 10 billion Dao Crystal S in a few months, without using much energy. If he can drink it, he won't want his Dao Crystal. You need to drink it within an hour, or else you'll have to accompany me for 2 billion. Ren Lingi did not believe Qin Xiang's words. Wu Profound looked at Qin Xiang and laughed. Brother, do you want to try? If you can't drink anymore, I'll help you pay the 2 billion Dao Crystal. Since when are you so rich to actually be able to take out 2 billion Dao Crystal? The disciple was surprised, but he did not believe Wu Profound. Don't think I'm always so poor. When Wu Profound took out a storage bag, everyone present immediately used their divine senses to take a look. There really were 2 billion inside. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. Since that's the case, then little brother will not be courteous. As he said that, Qin Xiang picked up the huge vat. Everyone thought that Qin Xiang would drink every bowl, but he actually used the vat to drink every single bowl. This shocked everyone. Qin Xiang opened his mouth wide and caught the remaining wine. Although it was extremely hot, Qin Xiang was able to endure it. In just a few moments, Qin Xiang had drank quite a bit. This was not only a bowl, but Qin Xiang was actually still able to stand. Even Qin Profound, who rarely spoke, couldn't help but be moved at this moment, while everyone present was stunned. They drank a small cup of wine, but were unable to endure the alcohol. Their heads were already dizzy. If it wasn't for the fact that they were about to refine the wine, their bodies would have been damaged by the alcohol. But Qin Xiang had drank so much in a row now, he could still hold onto the huge vat in his hands and stand there like a giant mountain as he drank crazily. Hey, wait for my bro to finish drinking. Wu Profound immediately pulled Renlingi back and laughed. Why are you in such a hurry? This is a gift. How could Renlingi not be anxious? The wine cup was not hers. It was given to the Flying Dragon City, lord by the leader of Qilin sect. She had indeed used it to show off previously and earn some Dao Crystal S, but it was still far from enough to buy this jar of wine. Furthermore, these were things that even Dao Crystal could not get their hands on. The brewing process was extremely complicated and required a long time, and the materials were also extremely rare. Qin Xiang could feel that Renlingi's aura was increasing, so he increased his speed. A suction force also came from his mouth, like a dragon swallowing water. Good wine. Chun Xiang licked his lips and cupped his hands towards Ren Lingyi. Thank you for your wine. I am extremely grateful, ha. Ren Lingyi's beautiful face was already so white that it had turned green. She glared at Chun Xiang and Wu Profound with her beautiful eyes, and really wanted to beat them up. She had used that wine jug to trap everyone here. Now that everyone else had drunk their fill, if she wanted to return, her reputation as a disciple of the Qilin Hall would definitely be very poor. At the same time, everyone was rejoicing at Chun Xiang's misfortune. They were even more surprised that the alchemist actually drank the huge vat of powerful wine, and there was nothing wrong with it right now. Wu Profound, your brother really has some skills. I wonder who his master is to actually have such a miraculous pill cultivating technique. The disciple asked, My master's name is Huang Jintian. You probably don't know him. He's been living in seclusion for many years. Qin Xiang said, His master was indeed called Huang Jintian, but he was not an alchemist. The people here had never heard of it. Seems like your pill refinement isn't bad. What pill can you concoct? The shrine asked again. I'm only average. After all, I'm still young. Qin Xiang smiled humbly. Ren Lingyi clenched her teeth as she looked at Qin Xiang. She didn't know what to do now either, because she had lost such an important present. Qin Profound suddenly walked over. Once he moved, everyone immediately scattered. No one wanted to get close to him, because the aura around him made people feel uncomfortable. Wu Profound scolded himself for being careless. Had he known this would happen, he would not have allowed Chun Xiang to cause such a ruckus. Right now, he was very worried that Qin Xiang would recognize him. Qin Profound walked towards Qin Xiang, one step at a time, and the hostility and killing intent on his body became heavier and heavier. Everyone did not know why, and did not ask either, but if Qin Profound wanted to kill someone, no one could stop him, and if they did, he would be in trouble as well. It was you who killed Fan Qing, right? Qin Profound's face suddenly turned extremely sinister, surging with killing intent, and the black aura around his body gushed out like a dragon. Everyone was stunned. This man actually killed Fan Qing, and was even so reckless in coming here, and was even so calm in drinking, talking and laughing. No one knew where Qin Xiang got the guts from. I killed him. I didn't expect you to actually see through it. Qin Xiang laughed unperturbed, because he was not afraid of Qin Profound at all. He felt that if he were to fight with Qin Profound, even if Qin Profound did not die, he would be half crippled. You sure are bold. Qin Profound's originally ferocious face had calmed down. Qin Profound was actually worried about something and did not make a move. Everyone thought about it and understood just now that Qin Xiang was able to drink that jar of wine. It meant that Qin Xiang had a certain amount of strength, and that Chun Xiang was able to bring a person along to retreat after killing Qin Profound's disciple in front of Qin Profound. No one had such abilities like this. I am actually very timid. When I encounter something that frightens me, I usually run away in fear. Qin Xiang chuckled, then picked up a cup of wine and finished it. What he meant was that Qin Profound was not enough to scare him, so he came over. All right, just you wait. Qin Profound snorted and left the hall. Wu Profound was scared to the point that he broke out in a cold sweat. He now even more respected Qin Xiang. When facing such a terrifying Qin Profound just now, he was actually able to drink wine without changing his expression, and even dare to say such words to provoke Qin Profound. Very quickly, Wu Profound understood that there was a type of thing called confidence. If there was something that one could have confidence in, it would mean that one was afraid, and Chun Xiang's confidence came from earning Dao Crystal very quickly. It was extremely easy for him to earn tens of billions of Dao Crystal in a few months, so Qin Profound was definitely not able to do it. So Qin Xiang was not afraid of Qin Profound. The people here were all afraid of Qin Profound, but Chun Xiang was someone that even Qin Profound was afraid of, so these people did not dare to mock Wu Profound. Ren Lingyi did not even look at him. worried that she would be implicated in the conflict between Chen Xiang and Qin Profound. Wu Profound also anxiously brought Qin Xiang and left, afraid that there would be other things that would happen. C. 2752. C. 2752. Qin Xiang was not afraid of class. Plussing with Qin Profound, but he was worried that Wu Profound would be implicated because of this, so he stayed in his room the entire time. He did not go out, as he wanted to avoid provoking Qin Profound. Wu Profound also didn't know what to do. After all, what had happened was already happening, and his was limited, so he couldn't help Qin Xiang fight against Qin Profound. During this period of time, he was also very conflicted, because after offending Qin Profound, the consequences would be severe. What's wrong with you these few days? Don't you want to be like this? It had been several days since Chen Xiang arrived at Wu Profound's room, when they had a conflict during the last banquet. This fellow is extremely vicious. I'm worried that he would do anything to get revenge on you. Wu Profound said, "How about this? You don't need to partake." 1. P8 in the Flying Dragon A.S. Association. Once the Flying Dragon A.S. Association begins, something will inevitably happen. If you leave now, it will be much safer. At worst, I won't partake. 1. P8 and will hide with you for a while. Qin Xiang laughed and said, "I was worried about you. I came to find you with the intention of warning you not to join the Flying Dragon A.S. Association so that you could hide away for a while. I don't have anything to be afraid of. It's not a problem for me to protect myself. I'm actually worried about you." Wu Profound said somewhat unhappily, "Believe me, I'll be fine. Don't you know that I killed his disciple right in front of Qin Profound's eyes and took an injured person with me when I ran off? Even he couldn't do anything to me, let alone the fact that I was still in the 10th stage of the Tai Dao realm at the time. I'm already in the Heaven Realm now." Heaven Realm. Wu Profound did not know that Qin Xiang had already stepped into the Heaven Realm. "It's just that I've just stepped into the Heaven Realm. My current aura is still weak, so you didn't sense it." The aura emitted by the profound D that Qin Xiang had just opened was not very strong. Under normal circumstances, people who were also from the Heaven Realm would more or less be able to sense a bit of the other party's profound D's chi, and from then on judge the other party's cultivation. I remember that not long ago, you were only at the 10th level of Tai Dao realm. Not long after that, this is unbelievable. Wu Profound was extremely shocked. He knew that Chen Xiang's pill refining skills were strong, but he knew that pills could not help a person break through during the stage of the Heaven Realm. "All right, I believe you. You are always so Estones. Plussing. If your heart is bad, you will easily be scared to death." Wu Profound wiped his sweat. He did not know what kind of person Qin Xiang was. He felt that Qin Xiang definitely did not have any background here. He did not even have a master. Because Qin Xiang had previously asked him about the Heaven Realm. If he had a master instructing him, he would have known about it since a long time ago, but Qin Xiang did not. When he thought about how he managed to cultivate Qin Xiang all by himself, he couldn't help but this kind of person was simply a monster. In the next few days, the huge SHI+P was enveloped in an extremely heavy and tense atmosphere, because when Qin Profound was here, the person who killed Qin Profound's disciple was also here. What was shocking was that Qin Profound, who was usually decisive and ruthless, was actually able to hold back and did not make a move. And then, under this atmosphere, everyone finally arrived at center of Flying Dragon City. At this time, the center of Flying Dragon City was very lively. All the heroes on the 100th floor of the Flying Dragon Pag were gathered there, preparing to join the Flying Dragon A.S. Association. This is the center of Flying Dragon City. No matter how strong Qin Profound is, he would not dare make a move here. There are many experts from the 200th floor who are in charge of organizing the Flying Dragon A.S. Association, No one would dare to cause trouble here. Wu Profound was finally relieved. He looked at Qin Profound, who had just walked off the boat. He did not understand why Qin Profound did not make his move on the boat and did not have any chances to get here, unless there were other programs during the convention that required partic. 1. Ants to compete with each other. It was impossible for Qin Profound to make his move on Qinxiang. Qin Profound's face did not look good. Originally, Qin Profound had a cold expression on all day, but now it looked even worse. When children saw him, they would definitely be scared to the point of crying. On the other hand, Qinxiang was smiling all day without feeling any pressure at all. Seeing Qinxiang's candid smile, Wu Profound suddenly understood why Qin Profound did not make a move on the SHI plus P, because Qin Profound did not have the confidence to kill Qinxiang. Let's go, Wu Profound said, then walked down the boat with Qinxiang. The other disciples stayed far away from Wu Profound and Qinxiang, because they were all afraid that Qin Profound would hate them. After getting off the boat, Wu Profound led Qinxiang to the residence area, which was Profound Wu Dan Pavilion. This really is a place full of rich people. Qinxiang saw that there were many people on the streets. The accessories on their bodies were all special. They were not gold or jade or anything similar, but law beads. To wear law beads as an accessory would directly tell others about one's identity, tie and status, and would allow one to show off more. That's right, he only has 1 billion yuan worth of jewelry on him. How can he not be worried about being targeted? Wu Profound had once been glorious, but he couldn't understand why this was so. He was very rich now, but he would never show it off like this. Qinxiang was even more so. Flight rule beads, spatial law beads. It's actually just hanging on my waist. Qinxiang saw a youth in the distance and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. They are only one. Most of them do not have one. And the best way to show off is not to hang so many of these law beads, but to cultivate more tens of billions of Dao veins. Wu Profound laughed. He was sure that Qinxiang had 2 rare Dao veins, Dragon Path veins and Flying Dao veins. This added up, it was worth 60 billion Dao crystal. Qinxiang, you asked me to buy a spatial law beads before. Could it be that you want to cultivate a spatial Dao vein? Wu Profound asked. He had already brought Qinxiang to the center of Flying Dragon City. Although Wu Profound's elders lost their power and influence in Profound Marital School, but a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. His family still have many forces, so this Profound Wu Dan Pavilion belongs to his family. No, I was just researching. I wasted a lot of Dao crystal. Qinxiang shook his head and sighed. He did not want others to know how powerful the spatial channels he cultivated were. If others were to know that he had this kind of ultimate move, they would definitely be wary of him or find a way to deal with him. It would be disadvantageous to him. Qinxiang sat by the side of the bed, looking at the other side of the street. Suddenly seeing a familiar figure, his face changed greatly. What's wrong? Wu Profound asked anxiously. When Qin Profound was angry, Qinxiang did not have such an expression. Old enemy. Just then he had seen the people inside the myriad Tao city who were possessed by the evil soul, and one of them was Shui Yunqiong and Shueqing. These evil souls actually came to this place. These evil soul armies. I wonder what is he doing here. Could it be that he wants to partic? 1. P8 in the Flying Dragon A Association selection? Qinxiang pointed at the people in the distance. Wu Profound, have you heard of the evil soul inside the myriad Tao mausoleum? C. 2753. C. 2753 evil soul. When Wu Profound heard this word, he felt that it was a little familiar. When I was very young, I once heard father and mother say that this is a very terrifying thing. After the people who were trapped inside the myriad Tao mausoleum died, they would absorb the evil demon's power from the myriad Tao mausoleum and cultivate it to become a terrifying evil soul. Wu Profound's expression also changed, The most powerful thing about this kind of evil soul is that it can take over another person's body, and there is no way to guard against it. Chun Xiang nodded his head. That's right. In the place I was previously at, many of the big shots and powerhouses had their bodies occupied by the evil soul, and even I myself nearly suffered. Wu Profound had always been curious about Chun Xiang's background, now that he found out that Chun Xiang had come up from the first floor by himself. He admired Chun Xiang even more, and at least he didn't think that he had the ability to do so. I have another friend who also went up to the tower. I just don't know if he came here yet. I hope he's fine. Chun Xiang had always been very worried about Tai Shangjin. Tai Shangjin had sent out the news much earlier than him, but now that there was no news, he didn't know how to contact him. It will definitely be fine. Don't worry. Wu Profound said, right now the ones we need to pay attention to are those evil soulless. I wonder if they brought them here. Go and tell the more prestigious people here to keep their guard up and see if we can get rid of those guys. Chun Xiang said, amongst them the strongest should only be the 6G, DS stage. If they occupy someone else's body, they will have a lot of problems and won't be able to unleash that body's power for a short period of time. Right now is the best chance to eliminate them. All right, I'll go look for Flying Dragon City Lord now. My parents have a good relations. I+P with him. He should be able to see me. Wu Profound said. After Wu Profound left, Chun Xiang also left the profound Wu Dan Pavilion to look for Xueqing. Chun Xiang had always been good to his friends, but now Xueqing's situation was very special. Even though he still had that body, his soul had already been devoured and occupied by the evil soul. The thing that made his heart ache the most was that Xueqing's memories were also swallowed up by the evil soul. The evil soul possessed all of Xueqing's memories, and he could pass off as Xueqing. Now, when Chun Xiang went to find the evil soul, he wanted to free him. He could not let the evil soul continue occupying Xueqing's body. This was also the only thing he could do for Xueqing. Chun Xiang had been keeping an eye on Xueqing this whole time, and he saw Xueqing and Shui Yunxiong entering a big hotel they should be staying in. He looked at the door of the hotel from afar and waited for more than 2 hours. After seeing Xueqing coming out by himself, he then quietly followed behind Xueqing. At this moment, he had the appearance of a middle-aged man, so there was no need to worry about him being recognized. He followed Xueqing and arrived at a beautiful place. This guy, he actually came to this kind of place. Chun Xiang also walked in. After he entered, he sensed a few extremely powerful auras. He never expected that there would be such a strong person guarding this wind and moon place. He felt that it should be the late period of 3 profound realm, or even an early stage 6G. DS stage ranker. We can't fight here. Chun Xiang thought that it would be more convenient to make a move here. Let's deal with him for a while and wait for an opportunity to strike. Chun Xiang made up his mind and waited outside for Xueqing. Flying Dragon City was very tight as well. From time to time, a large group of powerful guards would patrol the place. Therefore, Chun Xiang could not make a move inside the city. In the evening, when Xueqing came out of the Wind Moon restaurant, he had changed back into his original appearance, pretending to be Pa S, Sing by to let Xueqing see him. Sure enough, Xueqing saw it in a glance, and he was very surprised too. Previously, they had planned to take care of Chun Xiang with their group of evil soul, but ever since Brother W.A.N. G gave Chun Xiang a flying divine tool to go to Flying Dragon Pag. He had never appeared again. Now that he saw Chun Xiang, he immediately understood why Chun Xiang had not returned. He had come to this place. Although Xueqing thought like this, he was still very suspicious because they had all come here via the transmission array. Chun Xiang did not know about the transmission array, so it would definitely be difficult to get to the top, and he was also clear about Chun Xiang's strength. It was impossible for him to get to the top by himself. Chun Xiang! Xueqing anxiously walked over and pulled Chun Xiang and revealed a surprised look on his face. It's really you. You actually came here too, and I thought you had met with some accident. Chunxiang also pretended to be very excited. Xueqing, how did you get here? When I first came here, I lost half my life. Chunxiang's face was full of surprise as he asked, was shocked, and now he was sure that Chunxiang had climbed up to this 100th floor by himself. He came together with my grandfather. That's right, my grandfather and the others are outside of center of Flying Dragon City. I will bring you to see them. Even though you came here, we had always thought that something had happened to you. Xueqing pulled Chunxiang and immediately walked toward the main door of the center of Flying Dragon City. There was a wilderness between the center of Flying Dragon City and the inner district. Chunxiang had heard from Wu Profound that this Xueqing was going to bring him away from the center of Flying Dragon City. Previously, Chunxiang had seen Shui Yunxiong entering the hotel and not coming out. Now it was said that Xueqing's grandfather was outside the center of Flying Dragon City and obviously wanted to take him outside to kill him. All right, I also want to see the head Shui and ask him about the things related to the Flying Dragon Pag. Oda, this place is really mysterious. Chunxiang laughed. It suited him perfectly that Xueqing wanted to go outside with him. Xueqing had been here for a while, and he was familiar with the place. Walking on the shortcut, he quickly brought Chunxiang to a forest outside of center of Flying Dragon City. Where are the head Shui and the rest? Chunxiang looked around. How long more to go? Right here. Xueqing's tone changed and became gloomy and cold. This was also within Chunxiang's expectations. Not at all. Chunxiang continued to pretend not to know and looked around. Go to H-E-L, idiot. When Xueqing shouted this, he had already arrived behind Chunxiang. At the same time, a blade stabbed into Chunxiang's heart and even used a purple-colored iron chain to tie Chunxiang's throat. The purple chains emitted a true purple electric light, and it looked very domineering. Your body is mine now. As long as I can obtain your alchemy memories, I can have endless wealth. Xueqing's face turned sinister as he laughed wildly. Just as Xueqing thought that he had succeeded, his head was suddenly slapped. Chunxiang suddenly appeared behind Xueqing, using a type of power that was extremely harmful to divine sense, using the heaven blasting palm. It shook Xueqing's divine sense to the point of collapse. After Xueqing's divine sense was smashed into pieces by the force, the intense pain caused him to bleed out of his 7 orifices, and he fell onto the ground. This was something that Chunxiang had done using his body, splitting technique and a camouflage technique. When Xueqing had attacked, his true body had already teleported away and he had even hidden himself. When Xueqing had completely relaxed and focused all his attention on his body, would immediately take action. You are too inexperienced. I have already seen through your little trick. Chunxiang's large palm grabbed Xueqing's head and lifted it up. Both of their gazes met, and their faces were filled with a cold sneer and ridicule.